Hey, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. I'm gonna ask everyone to please take a seat if you are able, particularly folks that are maybe standing against the wall, or if you're able to take a seat as we start, that would be greatly appreciated. And we're gonna start here in just 1 minute, and so we're really grateful that you're all here. And just a couple announcements before we get started. We're going to be doing, of course, right now our keys to the city, which is for me our final keys to the city presentation as mayor, and then we're going to go right into the city council meeting. The city council meeting is also the last council meeting for some of our members, as well as our city attorney who is here, and so there is some recognition and also some opportunities to recognize them from some of our department heads and others. And so you are welcome to stay for that. You're welcome to head out for those that are here to celebrate some amazing people. And so I just wanted to make those announcements. And I think we're going to go ahead and get started here right away. So I want to thank you all for being here for our Keys to the City presentation. We have had a tradition in Long Beach for long before I was mayor of giving this highest honor to individuals that are part of our community that have gone above and beyond of their service to the city of Long Beach. And folks that have received keys to the city are folks and names that all of you know. Folks like Governor Duke Majan, Olympians like Misty May, community leaders like Carmen Perez, and so many others that have received this honor, whether it's been from me or from Mayor Foster, or from Mayor O'Neill before us. Tonight, we're honoring two incredible people. I think you all know them very well. Naomi Rainey Pearson, and of course, Rich Archibald are legends in the city of Long Beach. And let's start off by giving them a big round of applause. And we're first gonna honor Naomi. And I'm going to ask Naomi first to come forward and just stand here next to me if she is able. And I want to just say a few things about Naomi. We're going to present her the key, and I'm going to allow Naomi to say a few words also if she would like.
Few words?
Yes. I got it right here for you.
No.
You want to hold on to it?
We might lose it.
Okay. Let me start by welcoming and presenting our first recipient, which of course is the incredible Naomi. We know Naomi as not just a strong community leader, but Naomi is also a force of nature. Naomi has spent her life dedicated to service in the community. We know her mostly for her constant and steady leadership of the NAACP, the NAACP, which we know as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People here in the city of Long Beach, and our branch here in the city of Long Beach. She has led the local branch since the year 2000. But long before that, she's been a civil rights leader and a philanthropist, and just an all-around great person in the city. She has extensive knowledge about our community and has been on numerous volunteers boards and commissions. Those include, of course, the Long Beach City College Foundation, the Los Angeles Natural History Museum, St. Mary's Medical Center, Memorial Care Todd Cancer Institute, the Long Beach Cancer League, and so many others. We also know she's received numerous and special honors for her recognition and all her efforts in so many organizations. She's been recognized in many ways. We know that in 1987, the CSULB College of Education presented her with the Distinguished Alumna Award. In 2006, she received the Aquarium with the Pacific Heritage Award. She's been honored by Cal State Long Beach as a recipient of the President's Distinguished Service Award. And I know that President Connolly is here with us. She's been inducted to the Long Beach City College Hall of Fame. She's been honored by the Press Telegram as a community hero. And one of the most cherished recognitions as a proud Long Beach State alumnus, her dorm hall was named in her honor. Now, we know that beyond just a civil rights activist, we know that Naomi is also an award-winning educator and philanthropist. And for those that don't know, Naomi gives in both big and very small ways, not just to Cal State Long Beach, but to so many organizations and causes across the city and the region. She's been involved in issues around inclusion, diversion, equity, and ensuring diversity for our entire city. Throughout her years of community work, she has been committed to the development of youth, exemplified by her outstanding efforts and activities in the NAACP's Afro-Academic Cultural, Technological, and Scientific Olympics, which she is very proud of. And if she hasn't talked to you about that program, she will, because she is always promoting this incredible program. This is a program that inspires young Black students to expand their horizons and sharpen their skill in the performing arts, culinary arts, humanities, visual arts, business, science, and technology, and mathematics. Also within the NAACP, she developed the Long Beach Branch Law Day in conjunction with Kiesel Young and Logan Law Firm, and I know I see Skip here also has joined us as well. And with this program and her recognition, they have produced 12 amazing lawyers in this partnership, which is really incredible. Throughout the pandemic, Naomi has been at the forefront of providing PPE equipment, food, and vaccinations for marginalized people in Long Beach. And we're really, really proud, of course, that Naomi recently had the opportunity to serve and now serves as the Long Beach Water Commissioner, which I had the great honor of appointing.
Yeah, I wanted Harbor.
That's for the next mayor. She currently, of course, serves with distinction. But the thing I just want to say personally about Naomi, she is like family to two very good friends of mine that I met in college, Charles and Davian. I'm not sure if Charles and Davian are here or they're watching.
Stand up, baby. Stand up.
And I think they know what I know is that Naomi is a powerhouse. By her own personality and an outsized influence, she just makes things happen. She gets policies enacted. She raises money for people, and she gets awarded keys to the city, because that is just who Naomi is. I'm thrilled to be able to present this to Naomi. We're going to present her with the key to the city. I'm going to let her say a few remarks, and then we'll move on to the second presentation. So with that,
y'all said I had 10 minutes.
oh, you can give your remarks. This is your moment. Let's give Naomi a big round of applause.
Now fix this up. Robert, fix this up for me so I can.
Here, let me do it for you.
First, to the Honorable Mayor, Dr. Robert Garcia. I can't talk like this. I got to talk the way I talk. If you get mad, just leave. I got the keys. It'll get you out of jail or put you back in. First, to the Honorable Mayor, Dr. Robert Garcia, that I've known since Cal State Long Beach running for president, and his staff, thank you for this distinguished honor. I would like to acknowledge the City Council for the great honor that the key to the city represents. I want to acknowledge my God for giving me a heart to have courage to speak for the voiceless, to help the widows and children, and to rally always for peace and justice. I'm blessed that I did not join the false chorus of disharmony that rings not just in Long Beach, but around the world. Any accomplishment that I've made are due to my family, and many are here. Will my boys not be ashamed to stand? Will my boys not be ashamed to stand? My mentors, educators, colleagues, and friends. These people form the backbone that taught me the knowledge of social justice, advocacy, fighting against injustice. I would like to share with you, I'm from Mississippi. He didn't say that part. What my mama and grandma taught me. They said, help someone along the way. Serve and give back to your community in order to make the world a better place. Be known for service and not just breathing God's good air. As a citizen of Long Beach, I'm very appreciative. Actually, I'm very excited and humble to recognize and to give back and to serve. May I say to you, God bless our city and the people and establish justice in our systems. Keep our children safe. Guide our leaders to be civil and to lead with wisdom rather than self-aggrandizement. Lead with integrity. Let there be peace in our diverse city. May the God Almighty bless us, maintain our vision, unity and diversity. And a special shout out to my sweet honey bunny. You can wave now, it's your time. I thank you all. And I want you to know, they probably shouldn't have given me this key. I'm gonna open every door that it will open. They gave it to me, and I'm gonna use it.
Naomi, come over here. Put this piece right here. So one thing I've always said at every Key to the City ceremony is for those that have not seen the key, each individual key is actually made by a Long Beach artist. And so it's an individual key. If you want to just pull it out and show.
Take it out, I break my fingernails.
So it's got some good weight to it, but each key is actually handcrafted here in Long Beach. It has the pyramid on it, and the Via Riviera and some other emblems from the city. And so we'll make sure that we show everybody that as well.
So can I make replicas and give it to all my friends?
I would recommend you don't do that.
Okay, baby, I won't do that. Congressman, my congressman.
Let's give another big round of applause to Naomi for her incredible service. Next, it's just truly an honor to be able to give a key to the city to Rich, and I think I want to just start by sharing. And I'm going to read about Rich here in just a minute, but those of you probably know, some of you know that I have a deep respect and love for reporters and newsmen. And I've always said that beyond what reporters do, and at the end of the day, Rich is a reporter, what reporters do, and certainly those in our city, is they tell the story and the history of our community. And it's very few people get a chance to actually record the history of a city. And no one has done that better than you have. I think for the last, like all of you, for as long as I've known you, and certainly for the last 60 years of your distinguished career and service in life, we have known you as the voice of our community and as the leader of our daily newspaper, the Press Telegram. And while the Press Telegram has changed and there has been shifts and there has been ownership, there's no name that is more recognizable as a part of the paper and the institution of the Press Telegram than you, Rich. And I think you know that. Rich has been an editor, a reporter, a managing editor, all types of leadership roles at the Press Telegram. Under Rich's leadership and his time with the PT has also won numerous awards. Among them, the Associated Press Managing Editor's Public Service Award, a National Headliner Award for an investigative series on patient dumpings at hospitals in the greater LA area and Long Beach, and the Greater LA Press Club Award for Best Newspaper in LA County. Now, beyond those things that Rich is really proud of, he's known throughout the journalism field as someone that's also been very active in a lot of the professional organizations. Folks that are in the newspaper business are also members of many professional organizations, most notably the APME, which is the Associated Press Managing Editors Association, where he was named national president actually in 1994. Professionally, Rich has an incredible record of service and, of course, of career to our community. He's a man with a huge heart, and we know that not just by his work in the newsroom, but his work within the community in nonprofits and associations. Rich has been recognized by the California Conference for Equality and Justice, receiving their Humanitarian of the Year Award in 2012. The local chapter of the NAACP gave him the Lifetime Achievement Award. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Long Beach gave him his Dreammaker Award. He's been honored time and time again by organizations like Leadership Long Beach. All of our community from Leadership Long Beach, as you know, love you, Rich, for everything you've done and always taking us up to the mountains and showing us a good time. And Rich is also a person that gives back with all his heart. You probably know that for those that have been involved in many of the programs, he is viewed as the guiding principle, the guiding person that has guided so many of our organizations through so much success. And I just want to take a moment to mention Leadership Long Beach, which I just did. As a Leadership Long Beach person that went through, as an early student coming out of Cal State Long Beach and someone that went through the program, Rich was like the Leadership Long Beach guy. And you were on all of our events, and you did that time and time and time again. So those of us that have gone through that program, and I know there's Leadership Long Beach folks here, and I think I saw Jeff here a minute ago, and so many others, and I see Marcel is here, and so many folks that you've worked with at the foundation and so many other places. You really are, Rich, the heart of these organizations. Rich was actually in the class of 1996, and it is part of the Institute and the Honorary Board of Governors. For the last 10 years, he's worked with the team that organizes annual retreat, which he does every year. And since 2022, as we all know, there's been life changes for Rich. We have read those in his column in the Press Telegram. You know that you have our steadfast support and love as you have battled cancer and your challenges around health. But just know that through your writings, through your communications with all of us, we're so grateful that you're here, stronger than ever, and getting through a difficult time in your life. In his non-journalistic spare time, Rich is a diehard Chicago Cubs fan, which means he has a lot of patience, obviously. He is, of course, always a East Long Beach guy. He's probably working on a story right now.
Excuse me, I'm getting a call.
It's okay.
I'm too busy now, I can't handle it.
Rich is really proud of his family, of course, Pat and his entire family. To close, I just want to say, Rich, just thank you so much for your friendship. Not only is he a great reporter and a great guy to work with, but you left a real legacy in our city. And there's few people in our entire community that have done what you've done for Long Beach. And so thank you so much. Let's give Rich a big round of applause.
Thank you. Give me that hug. My whole speech, too. Wow. That was a real phone call. That person's going to be mad at me, Pat. I don't know what I can say. This is for later on, but this is such a great honor, and I want to thank you, Mayor and Robert, for this. I mean, it's fantastic. This isn't just a key to any city. I've lived in a lot of cities in all my years. You see, my hair's all turned white already, but this is the city that I chose. This is the city I came to. This is the city where Pat and I raised our children, Kelly and Katie. And this is a city that I basically fell in love with in the first year. And that's why I've been here for 44 years. And I wanted to ask you, Robert, Mr. Mayor, the key that I'm going to receive, what exactly does that open?
It's the key to my heart.
Oh. He said the key to his heart. I thought it was the key maybe to my heart or the key to all of your hearts. But when I got the call on this a week or so ago, I mean, it gave me time to reflect. When I first got the word, I was speechless. And some of you know that's pretty difficult for me to ever be speechless. But I really was, Naomi. Oh, by the way, I want to congratulate my colleague and partner here, Naomi. How about a hand for Naomi? You deserve it. She's been my mother love for years. And she told me the key I was going to get was going to open up all her doors. So thank you for that, whatever that means. But I am a lucky man, and I went from feeling speechless about this to then feeling amazed that I would get such an honor for doing a job. I hate to even call what I do a job. It's something I just love doing. And I've been doing it since I was in high school, where I was editor of the high school paper, then editor at the University of Illinois, the Lincoln, Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska, the Miami Herald, but finally coming to my adopted home that I love, the Press Telegram. When I came, it was the Independent Press Telegram, or IPT to some of you old timers. And this job position that I've had ever since I've been a paper boy in Lombard, Illinois, when I was 8 years old, and I'm going to ask my family to stand, but not this minute. I want to talk a little bit about my family that's not here, and I hope I can get through this, because these are the people who made me, gave me the values I have, and that's my mother, my father, my grandfather and grandmother, who we called Mom and Pop, and our grandparents raised us because my mother had died when I was 34 and left 8 children to raise. And I don't know how many 60-year-old women out there, or men, would take on 8 children to raise, but she did. And she was my hero. My grandfather is my hero because he kept us together when they were going to split us all apart. But it was my grandmother who said, "You get a job." When I was 7 years old, I said, "What's a job?" And so I started selling the Chicago Tribune, on my bicycle. And I did that for years, and that smell of the newsprint and newspaper just was, I don't know, it was addictive. And that's how I got into newspapering in high school, college, and you kind of know the rest. Again, the jobs I've had at the Press Telegram, I came here as managing editor, then executive editor, and now I'm public editor, and I'm doing like my friend Tim Grobady. I'm a columnist writing stories about people. And I've seen so many technological changes and evolutionary changes in the newspaper industry, and you all know them. I started out where there were glue pots, teletype, clicking and clacking in the newsroom, a very noisy newsroom. And it was interesting. I give speeches around to City College, Cal State Long Beach, et cetera, and I gave a talk there the other day. I'm not going to say where, but one of the students, I started talking about, I mentioned typewriters and stuff that I used, and this guy raises his hand. I said, "What do you want?" He says, "What's a typewriter?" He was serious. He did not know what a type. I gave another talk next to some group, and I brought my typewriter, which weighs 100 pounds, and I said, "You know what this thing is? This is a typewriter." But during my career, where I've sort of done so many things, covered all manner of stories, from disasters to investigative stories, there are two common threads, and one of them is the fact that in our business, the good journalists, etc., they write about people. And that's what I do. I mean, all my career, I've wanted just to write about people because I found them so interesting. And it seems to me that's what life is all about. What does everybody in the audience do? And I used to tell my staff that everybody has a story to tell, and it's your job to dig that out, to find it out. Some stories are fairly obvious, but there are a lot that are not. And so that's what I've been doing. And it's just been the other thing that we do. I won't dwell on it because to me it seems obvious, but I feel a need to say it. We defend the First Amendment, and we defend the Constitution of the United States in what we do. And we have a sense of integrity about that. Thank you, thank you. That should go without saying, but in today's world, it really has to be said over and over again, because we are threatened. And I hate to think of journalists in other countries who are being killed. That hasn't happened in the United States. We have our challenges, though. The other thing that's happened to me, and I won't dwell on this, but I have come into, as the mayor said, a little bit of cancer this year. And at first, I wasn't going to write about it because I'm writing about myself, and we usually don't do that too much. But I thought it might be useful, and it's turned out to be. I've written 4 columns so far, and I've gotten hundreds of responses, emails, cards, phone calls. And the thing that I've noticed is that so many people are thankful that I'm writing about this, because there's a lot of things they didn't know about it. They either didn't know about it themselves, or they've had cancer, or somebody in their family has had cancer, and they like the idea of someone that they can talk to about it. And it's amazing to me, because I'm going to write another story fairly soon about those who have survived cancer. And that's a good story. There are many more who have survived than have, passed away. And there are terrific medical advances in cancer treatment. I was told it'll be a year ago, February, that if I'd had this melanoma cancer, which is up here where they did the surgery, if this had happened to me 10 years ago, I would not be here today. That they did not know what to do about that. So there have been all these advances, and the other thought that goes through my head about this is all the people who are writing to me, they're so human, and these stories are humanizing. And it obviously goes through my head, why can't we live this way as a society without this polarizing effect that we have? And I won't go into that in detail, but I've always wanted to write and have written about civil rights. And in the 1960s with Lyndon Johnson, I remember writing that, hey, isn't this a great day? Civil rights is here. Everything's going to be really good now. And how wrong was I? That did not happen. There's been the whiplash, which you all know about. The last thing I want to say is that I've not done this alone by myself. As I mentioned, my mother, father, grandparents, etc., and my siblings, 2 of whom one I just lost 2 months ago. But I've not done this by myself. And the number one support that I've had is my you know who. It's my wife, Pat, and I want her to stand up and get around. And I want these others, they're too embarrassed to want to do this probably, but I'm going to ask them anyway to stand as I mention their name. The first one is our oldest daughter, Kelly, who is on that end over there. And the youngest daughter, Katie, we call her Tia Katie. And then, you know, the joys of my life, if you're not a grandparent, you ought to be one or work that way. I know you can't do it by yourself, but they are such a joy. They're a year apart. They're 5, 6, and 7. And so I'm going to take them by the oldest, and that's Carmen Anders. Carmen, wave to the people. And the next is Wheatseal Gomez Archbold. Stand up, Wheatseal. She's a first grader at Cesar Chavez Elementary. And the last, and Katie, you're going to have to hold her up. This is Ellie. We call her Ellie Belly Anders. She's the shy one. And it's interesting, Carmen and Wheatseal, when I asked them about some other event we were at a little while ago, I said, did you like that? Because we thought they would be bored. And they said, oh no, we love it. We're being treated like adults, like grown-ups. Did you say, anyway, you said that. So I want to close. I'm sorry I'm overrunning, but there is so much to say about this city and how great it is and the people. And I just hope I can continue to keep writing about all of you. And when I get that key, I'm going to open up all of your hearts and all the other doors that are there. But I'm sorry, I wanted to add one more. There's another category, if you will, of people helping me, and that's my colleagues. At the Press Telegram, many of you remember Larry Allison. He has since passed away, but what a mentor he was. And now today, Tom Bray, who is our senior managing editor, and Chris Hare, our city editor, is here. How about a hand for them? And I can't leave without saying a good word for Harry Saltzgaver. Harry is another icon, Harry. We know what an icon means, I think, don't we? And I've got to say something about the Long Beach Post. David Summers, the publisher, wrote a beautiful column about me the other day, and he's with Melissa Evans, Haley, and I think some of you know Tim Grobeatty. Thank you guys, and thank you all too. And so I think if I tried to name everyone in the room, we'd be here till midnight. So I'm sorry I can't do that. But Robert, I want to thank you again for this honor, because it really is, and totally unexpected.
Come over here.
Oh, my knees are locked.
It's okay. It's okay.
Wait for the key. Oh.
Let's give Rich another big round of applause for.
Can I take it out?
Yeah, you can take it out. He knows what a good picture is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
Is that it? That's it. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We're going to have some brief remarks from some of our council members to both of our honorees, and then we'll be concluding the program. And so just a few more minutes, and then we will transition to the city council meeting. So thank you all very much. Thank you. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank everyone for being here to celebrate our two amazing individuals today. They both ask, what does the key do and what does it open, when really you both are the key. You're the key figures of this city. And I just want to say that, part of the eligibility, I guess, for getting this is you have to love Long Beach. And there is nobody I know who love Long Beach more than you both. Well, maybe the mayor, but it might be, equal standing. But just want to share that you've really blazed a trail and have been an iconic figure in this amazing city of ours. You made it what it is. So I just want to thank you for building the path that many of us continue to walk on, and be a model for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. It is such an honor to be here and witness this beautiful celebration of the giving of the key to these two incredible people that I have seen move mountains here in Long Beach for many, many years. I wish you continued success, and I hope that you will continue breaking barriers. I hope that you will continue being role models for other generations. I hope that you will continue to do good in our community. And I just wanted to remind you that you are getting the key to this city, Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, which is the most beautiful and culturally diverse city in the region. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. To follow up on what Councilwoman Sorrow said, you've been opening doors for other people and opening minds of other people for our generation. And for those things, we're very blessed and thankful. And it's just my honor tonight to have the opportunity to be here with you because of all the things that you've done to make our city great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Austin.
I'd like to just join in the chorus of congratulations to both my dear friend, mentor, auntie, godmother, Naomi Rainey, and and Rich Archibald. I know you're going to complete my sentences. we want to appreciate you both for being present, committed, and consistent in your service and leadership in our city. And, I think this is a fitting recognition. I can't think of anybody better to receive these recognitions this evening. And again, Mayor, you hit it out the park. Thank you so much for your service. Love you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. The phrase that comes to mind with these honorees here is larger than life. And that's what I feel here. Now, we don't fill the council chambers too often with standing room only unless there's a very controversial protest going on. So that speaks volumes about your popularity. Also, I just wanted to mention about Rich when he said that every reporter's job is to care about people and find the interesting story. And I have to acknowledge the beautiful job he did writing about my grandparents. And my family is forever indebted to you for that. And you are very blessed by your family here, we can see. And we as a city are blessed to have you amongst us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to chime in and just congratulate the both of you. I think when I think of the both of you, I think that the two of you have certainly found what you love in this city. And you both are not shy. If anyone knows either of you, and I met both of you well before I was on the city council. It's very clear that you found your purpose and you're walking in it. And from Aberdeen, Mississippi, growing up, Naomi in the Jim Crow South, to carry those lessons, those stories. I've heard you tell them so many times. To try to make an impact here in Long Beach, the city that you've dedicated your life to, I think is just incredible. And Rich, I was born in Illinois, you're from Illinois, and you found your thing in a newspaper and were able to bring it here to Long Beach and bring your talents here to Long Beach and make a real difference in people's lives. And what I remember about you is all the profiles throughout the years. I remember when You did the profiles 2 years ago after George Floyd, and you put a lot of thought, and we had a lot of conversations in that moment about how you wanted to really cover that moment. And both are special. You both have big hearts, you're extroverts, and it's very, very clear that you chose the city that you love. So congratulations to both of you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price?
Thank you, and I'm so glad I made it just in time. I'm so sorry. I was listening to the presentation, but I got held up in court, so I apologize for being a little bit late. But I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge both of you. Incredible human beings, huge pillars of support for me over the years. I've learned a lot from both of you in watching and observing the things that you do and that you say, and your love for the community and the impact that you've had on this amazing city. I'm so just personally proud to know both of you. I think, as you can imagine, probably Councilwoman Mungo and I are doing a lot of reflecting about the great parts and the not so great parts of the last 8 years. And I think for me, as I think about the journey, had I not participated in the way that I have in serving our city, I probably would not have gotten to know either of you as well as I have gotten to know you. I would have not known the impact that you both have had on our city in a very deep level. And I would not have had the opportunity to learn from you, to grow from you, and to be able to call you a friend. So tonight I say congratulations to both of you. This is a very, very well-deserved honor, and I'm so grateful for our mayor for doing this for both of you. And I think that it is really a true testament to how wonderful and amazing this city is, because both of you have a heart for this city that's just beyond. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. And with that, we are going to be, once again, we're going to give a final round of applause to both of our honorees in just a minute. But I want to thank you both once again for your just incredible service to the city of Long Beach. Thank you for your incredible words and for your friendship to all of us. It's been a joy to be able to honor both of you in this way. And with that, we're going to be transitioning right into the farewell presentations. So we're just taking a 1-minute recess, and I know we have our presentations first for Councilwoman Price and then Councilwoman Mungo. We'll go right into those. I know some folks are here for those, others are here for the keys. And so thank you very much, and we'll start the council meeting in literally just 1 minute. Thank you.
Hey, my man. I want to thank you for your public service. Patrick, I'm retired, man. I mean, I kissed my ass. But I want to thank you, man. I came over here. I'm glad I ran into you. I'm waiting. I'm right here.
Can you give me a picture with this guy?
Let me get one right here. Man, I walked a lot of precincts for this guy. How are you, man?
I'm good.
Good to see you, buddy.
Nobody's gonna know who that is.
That's all right. I'm
You take
incognito.
this, Jess?
Of course. It's all good, man. All right, man. Union strong here. Thank you. One more.
Congratulations. I'm so
Yes. All right. All right.
Yeah, Bridget.
Hey, everyone.
Good to see you, man. That's why I came over here specifically to thank you for your years of service.
Hey, everyone. We're gonna be calling the council meeting back to order. So if I could just have everyone either take a seat or exit.
You were a union guy, so I wanted to see. I saw prices. You're the man that I wanted.
We're gonna go ahead and. Is it on? Hey, everyone. If I can have everyone just take a seat. It's not.
That guy there.
You
Congratulations.
want to use mine, really? It isn't on. Is it on? Testing.
Hey, everyone. If we could just have everyone take a seat, please. We're gonna start. If everyone could take a seat, please. Hey, everyone. If I can have everyone please take a seat. Hey, everyone. We need everyone to please take a seat. If I can have everyone either take a seat or exit the chamber, please, so we can start. Thank you. If everyone could just please take a seat, would be greatly appreciated. We're going to call the meeting to order, and so I just want to make sure that we are all able to take a seat. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting of the City Council to order on December the 13th, and we're going to start with our pledge as well as our moment of silence, and I'm going to have Vice Mayor Richardson please lead us in our pledge and our moment of silence.
Mr. Mayor, can we do a roll call first?
Absolutely. We'll do roll call first. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Present.
Councilwoman Allen. Councilwoman Price.
Present.
Councilman Supana.
Here.
Councilwoman Mango. Here. Councilwoman Saro.
Present.
Councilmember Oranga. Councilman Austin. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Here.
And Mayor Garcia.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will do the moment of silence and the pledge. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence. Keep in mind the holidays and this great spirit of unity here in the city of Long Beach. Thank you. Please rise if you're able and join us in saluting our nation's flag. Place your right hand over your heart and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just a couple announcements. We will be doing the presentation first. Soon after the presentation, we'll do the consent calendar and then general public comment. And then we do have some items on the agenda, and so we'll be doing all those right after these initial presentations. Also, Councilwoman Allen, unfortunately, is fairly sick today, so she woke up not feeling great, and so she did want to give her congratulations, of course, to everyone. But she is at home taking care of herself and keeping hopefully the rest of us also healthy. And then just as a note for the council, the final item tonight will be item 34. So that's being moved to the end of the agenda, and that'll be item 34. That's around the COVID memorial. And so with that, we're going to begin our presentations. If I can have maybe someone from our team just shut the doors if they don't mind. Thank you so much. Great. We're going to begin our presentation this evening. It's one presentation, but it is where it's broken down a little bit into four. So there are four individuals, of course, that are leaving the city, but three especially that we are recognizing tonight. And I want to be able to give the opportunity for each of those to give some remarks. Once they give remarks, there's going to be some remarks from colleagues, from city staff, from some other dignitaries that will be making presentations. And then we will conclude with the city manager, who will be also have some presentations for the outgoing members. And so we'll be going in council order here. And so first, we're going to start with Councilwoman Susie Price.
Going to be missed by the folks in the whole 3rd District, and especially those of us who live on the peninsula. You're bright, energetic, results-driven. You listen to the community, and you always look for a solution that works for everybody, or almost everybody. We're going to miss you, and we wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors.
Derek, Gina, and Jill with the Belmont Heights Community Association, and we just want to say a big thank you for all your years of service.
We appreciate your leadership and dedication to our beautiful neighborhood as we stand here in the Red Car Greenbelt, a project that you were such a big part of.
You've been extremely responsive and supportive. You've set a very high bar. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
We're going to miss you and your wonderful, amazing staff and wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Hi, Susie. It's Maureen here from Belmont Heights Community Association. And I just want to say thank you for the last 8 years. We had some good times working on that land use element and the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And let's not forget parking, parking, parking. Anyway, you've got your nights back now, no longer having to spend them in church basements and school cafeterias. Really appreciate the time and effort you put into being our council member for the 3rd District, and particularly here in Belmont Heights. Off you go, and I hope to see you around soon.
You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be.
Hi, Susie. Carol Meyer from Island Village. I just want to take a minute to thank you for all the leadership you've demonstrated in the 3rd District. We worked on several projects together. I would call you with problems. You were always very realistic, pragmatic, honest about what could be done and what couldn't be done. It was really an honor to get to know you. I wish you and your family the very best in your future career.
It goes on without you, leaving you behind if you can't stand the pace. The world keeps on spinning, can't stop it if you try to. The best part is danger staring you in the face. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day.
Thank you for all you've done for the city of Long Beach, and especially for Colorado Lagoon.
Well, I get to.
Actually, Councilwoman, did you want to say remarks at the end?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. Councilman Mungo.
I was going to kick off comments if you didn't mind. While we were not elected on the same day, and I remember being very, very, very jealous that I had to go into a runoff and she had all these months to get prepared and plan and understand, and I still had my life in jeopardy, and I'd only met her a few times. We quickly got oriented to the Long Beach City Council together and had both very, very active communities. For those of you who don't know, our offices receive over 10,000 calls for service a year. And that is not typical of all the parts of the city. But we have very, very involved individuals, and we worked really hard together to organize those individuals into groups to help provide consensus building and help neighbors solve issues within their own groups and bring things together. And while our communities didn't always agree, whether it was coyotes, leaf blowers, budget deliberations, we always came together and found a way to work in the best interests of the residents and find a way for all of our residents to win. And I have always valued that. Even when we or our neighbors disagreed on things, we were always able to keep lines of communication open and jump into controversial issues and really dissect them in a way that isn't always easy in sound bites. There's a lot that goes into policy, and the vote at the dais of yes or no doesn't always represent the tens of hours of input, tens of hours of input and community dialogue that goes into those things. And for those things, I'm appreciative of you as a partner and as a friend. And thank you for all that you've done for Long Beach.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Austin.
Thank you so much. I'd like to just take this opportunity, obviously, to congratulate my colleague and friend, Susie Price. Today we have the opportunity to celebrate her and her 8 amazing years of service on the Long Beach City Council to her district. And her district was really lucky to have her as a hardworking, unrelenting, caring, compassionate leader for the past 8 years. You know, she really put her everything into this work. You don't meet people like this who work this hard and who care as much as Susie has cared. I want to just say that I've often marveled at her energy, her ability to balance all of the responsibilities that she has as a mother, number one, as somebody who devoted to her family, her professional career as a deputy DA, managing deputy DA, and then coming home every day and several times a week having community meetings and doing the engagement that doesn't really happen in most other council districts at that level because it's a demanding district. I will definitely acknowledge that. Susie has been mission driven and has gotten a lot of projects done in her district, but when we think about over the last 8 years, what has been accomplished in this city is pretty amazing. And I think everybody up here, for the most part, deserves a lot of credit for the work. I often say that, you know, if you really appreciate and love what has happened in Long Beach under the leadership of our mayor, but of this city council, you know, most of us have had our fingerprints on it one way or another, and that's the votes that we've taken, the debates that we have engaged in, and Susie has been involved in every bit of that along the way for the past 8 years. And so, and on a personal note, I would just also say that I've always appreciated her collegiality, approaching our relationship with respect and always a willingness to listen. I'm still going to probably pick up the phone and call you at about 7:15 in the morning. I know her schedule pretty well, and I know how to and when to reach her on her morning drive. But I'm going to miss those conversations and miss you as a colleague. And so congratulations. I'm looking forward to your next chapter.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Sorrow?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I haven't been on the city council very long. I came on during the pandemic, so I haven't been able to serve as long as my other colleagues here with Councilmember Price. But what I do know is that she's done a phenomenal job serving her district, particularly her resident. And I do admire her passion, her hard work, and commitment to making sure that she always puts her residents first. Appreciate her analysis on issues. We've been on the Public Safety Committee together, and just want to thank you very much, Councilmember Price, for your 8 years of service to our city. You've really made a difference, and I just want to wish you the very best.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Zendejas?
Thank you. Councilmember Price, I am so proud of you. I remember when I first reconnected with you as we were both heading to City Council. You were a new candidate for the 3rd District, and I was going to my commission meeting, and you were just as excited as you were 20-something years ago when you would pass me in the hallway. And I just want to say, not only did you get that crosswalk, but you got 44 crosswalks and so much more. Your dedication, your loyalty to your residents has been admirable. I mean, you've always said that your residents come first, and I think that in order to do this job that we do, that has to be it. And I just want to share with you how proud I am of all the accomplishments that you've had this far, but I know that this is just the beginning for you. You are a rising star, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for you. Thank you for your dedication and for your true love for this city.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor Richardson?
Thank you. I wanted to chime in personally and just say thank you for your service. You are a standout leader. I've said this before, a standout leader on the city council. We have some very strong individuals on the city council, but you are a strong voice. You know how to articulate yourself, move the message, and fight for your residents. And you've made a mark, certainly on your community, but on the whole city, and that's undeniable. I think when we think about the work of just being a council member and having your tasks, it's not easy. You take your lumps, but you certainly have demonstrated dedication. Not only been a standout leader, but you've also, I think you've done it with grace, and you're a mother, and I think that's really important for folks to realize. realize that this is not a full-time, it's a full-time job, but it's not treated as such, and you have responsibilities as individuals, as moms, as people who serve in other capacities as well. You served in leadership in the region. That should be noted. Regional leadership is key. Congratulations on your leadership on Alameda Corridor. Nothing but great things that we've heard, and so I just wanted to just note that, you know, like Councilman Austin said, we're a sum of parts, right? This city council, we all contribute, no matter which side of the fight that you're on. We all contribute to some of the greatest accomplishments that our city has made over the past 8 years, and you certainly made your mark, and I just want to say thank you for your service.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. I just have to say what an incredible honor it has been to sit right next to her here for 7 years. And if you think she's brilliant at the public comment she makes, the personal ones are just as brilliant, maybe more so. So it's just been a real pleasure to have her counsel all this time. And we've shared a 2.5-mile border. In all those years, I can't think of any dispute we've ever had. It's just been perfect. Of course, I always never stepped on her toes. I remember the time when my wife called me. She worked at Wilson High School, and someone had dumped a recliner next to the bus stop. Jack probably remembers that. And so she called me and said, well, what do I do? I said, well, unless they want to drag it across the street to my district, call Susie Price. And that's kind of the spirit we've worked in. We've always helped one another, and it's just been an incredible journey. And with all her brilliance, honesty, integrity, I guess what I'm impressed most with is her energy, because I've never seen her, whether or not she's been fatigued, it's never shown. And I think that's one of her greatest qualities, to always have that energy to give it her all. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm gonna say some remarks. Mr. Modica here? I think he's coming right back. Okay. I'm going to turn to him in just a minute. I want to add just a few things to what all our colleagues said. I think that there's no question. It's very clear that when you look at these last 8 years, the impact that Councilwoman Price has had on our city and certainly this body. I want to say three things, and I'm going to say some similar things, but different for Councilwoman Mungo. The three things that I think about that you have excelled beyond most members, and I just want to note those, I think, for the community, and I think I've mentioned those to you. There's probably nobody better on this council as it relates to constituent service and getting back to people and making sure that people feel heard than you and your team in District 3. Your work on constituent services, your work to ensure that folks are responded to, oftentimes by you as the council member, is above and beyond the work that usually happens not just in this city hall, but in city halls across the country. There's probably no one better, no one more committed to on this council than the work on infrastructure, that ensuring that our city is a place where people that people enjoy, where they want to live, where they're surrounded by spaces that are safe and spaces that they're proud of. You ask tough questions. You have oftentimes been a good sparring partner to many of us on this city council, but you've always responded from a place of integrity and a place where you believe, where you have believed you're always fighting for the best interests of your residents and your constituents, and for that, we deeply respect you and your work. We have, as a city, a series of presentations and recognitions that we would like to present Councilwoman Price. I'm going to begin, we also have two folks from the community that are going to say a few remarks right before Councilwoman Price closes us out. But I'm going to go ahead and start by turning this over to the city manager, who has some presentations, and then I'm going to ask the following dignitaries who have presentations to come up together, and they can go through those one by one. And just so that I note those folks that are coming forward as well. So please prepare to give those as soon as City Manager Modica goes through their presentation. So, Mr. Modica.
Susie. I can only imagine what you're going through today. So we're so happy to be here, and I get to be the one to make the comments, but these comments are on behalf of 6,000 employees, our department directors who have worked with you, all of our managers, Linda, myself, April. I get to be the one that tells you kind of how we feel. You're just truly amazing. You're someone who just amazes us every day. You do it all. Every person I ever meet that's met you, they all have the same comment. I don't know if you know this, but they say, "How does she do it? I don't understand how she does it all." It's like universal, and they come up to us. Your work ethic and the time you dedicate to public service is just truly amazing. That work ethic comes in the forms of emails at all hours of the day and night. You listen to memos. I don't know if people know that, but she listens to all the stuff we write, actually in the car, reading materials. She takes phone calls wherever she can. Mayor mentioned this, but personal responses to thousands of residents, and they're not like, "Thank you very much." They are personal responses. I've seen them. They're this long, and it goes into their details, and they really feel heard. Community meetings, I saw 500 hours of community meetings. That's incredible. Meetings with staff and so much more. And then, of course, on top of this, you have an incredibly important day job, running one of the largest criminal justice organizations in the state, managing major teams of district attorneys, and this always amazes me, prosecuting murder cases from time to time. Just how you do all that, I'm still amazed. And of course, you're running a small business with your husband and supporting that, and then being an incredible mom and including your kids in your life and in the public life as well. You have so much to be proud of. The 3rd District thrives and continues to grow. You've embraced change with housing growth and smart planning. CSIP is the accomplishment of a lifetime. You've got that monumentous plan passed, and now we're seeing the fruits of that labor already coming with new growth. Red Car Greenbelt, 2nd and PCH, body-worn cameras, those are major, major initiatives. But the projects along the coastline over the past 8 years have been transformational. Our coastline is something truly to be proud of. All new parking lots, all new restrooms, all new concessions, Naples seawalls, the Weebit, Leeway sailing centers, lifeguard stations, the junior guard station, and then of course the Colorado Lagoon. Just what a crowning achievement of a generation that's going to be here after all of us are gone, and something that our city can be truly proud of. And so through it all, your commitment to your coworkers, the city team, and all of our employees, and all of your respect for the professional and personal accomplishments of each of those team members that you work with is something that we'll always have truly valued and will always remember, and we respected that more than you know. You stood beside us on controversial decisions that you knew were the right things to do and the right ones, and you stood shoulder to shoulder with us out in those community meetings with our city team to explain the data, explain the solution, and listen to all the concerns. And so I'll always remember how much passion and energy you brought to the job, whether it was in one of the many, many heated meetings that you brought to a successful conclusion when we often thought, "Oh my gosh, how are we getting out of here?" You always brought it home, and everyone always thanked you on the way out, even for those difficult meetings. Or just my favorite memory, you dancing for 2 hours straight at the Belmont Christmas Parade. That was your way to show joy and love for your community, and you danced your heart out for 2 hours just to show your love. So thank you very much, Susie. We are going to miss you so much, and you've been an awesome public servant. So I get to give a gift. This is on behalf of our management team, and then I've got 3 departments who want to give something as well. And so my gift is a box. You're going to get lots of stuff and memories that you're going to want to have to take with you. And so these are, this is unique. There's only one like it in Long Beach. This one's yours. It's handcrafted, has its own character, just like you. And it's also made right here with the help of some of the tools in our Long Beach library in their maker space. Some of the team helps to actually do all the etching and engraving. And so we miss you, Susie. And please, make sure that you're reaching out. We want to hear from you. And I will quickly invite up our airport, Parks and Rec, and Health to present their gifts. And so on behalf of the airport, we have a frame picture of the beautiful airport sign. On behalf of Parks, Rec, and Marine, we will be planting a tree in your honor for your years of leadership and impactful service in a Long Beach park of your choosing. And it'll be symbolically growing and giving beauty and benefit to all of our city residents and visitors for years to come. And then from our health
Is it
department.
a magnolia?
And then from our health department. Yeah, you just tell us what's in here.
So we want to thank you for being a public health hero. We know it has not been easy for all of the different areas of public health. So in here we have Housing Authority gear, your own emergency response gear, some COVID tests, little mental health matters, and a little, I think there's some things from environmental health in here as well to really get the full feeling of the health department and our appreciation for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to have, thank you so much, Mr. Modica. I'm going to have the following representatives that have certificates to present to Councilwoman Price from Congresswoman Nanette Barragan's office, LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn's office, our State Senator Tom Umberg's office, and our Assembly Member Mike Gibson. I think we have those certificates.
Looks like it's just me and David. Councilmember Price, Supervisor Hahn was not able to make it tonight, but she did want me to thank you for your years of service and for being a great partner. You and I and your team and the supervisor's team worked very closely during the pandemic, and we saw how tireless you worked. You helped provide information and present information from the county when there was questions about Project Home Key going into your district. And I know that was challenging, but you set that forum up. As somebody who has been in this space for over 20 years, you're a heck of a staffer. You respond to a lot of constituent concerns. And it's admirable because I have so much reverence for hardworking, dedicated staff because that's what really gets it going. And so to have someone in the office that leads that way sets the example, and I think that's one of the reasons why you were so successful. So on behalf of Supervisor Hahn, we have a scroll from the County of Los Angeles. And just on a personal note, as Vice President of the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees, you and I share many of the same constituents. And I want to thank you for being so gracious and so helpful. I knew that I could always give you a call if there was anything that we needed to partner on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Unfortunately, Senator Umberg couldn't be here today. My name is David. I am here on his behalf. And as a former District 3 resident myself, I'm very proud to be standing here today. But on behalf of Senator Umberg, I'd like to just take the moment to thank and recognize Councilmember Price for the work her and her staff have accomplished over the last 8 years. I remember I think it was the very first event that our office did when we came into the legislature was a event on electric bikes related to a bill that we were doing, and your office reached out and we partnered, and it was still probably one of the best events we've ever had. But from wetlands to public safety, infrastructure improvements, to helping build and grow our small businesses, you have been at the forefront of these issues, never ceasing in your determination to make Long Beach a safer, more welcoming, and more prosperous place to live and work. All of this with the help of an unparalleled staff whose commitment to public service is reflected in the work they do. Jack Cunningham, Gabriella Joy, and what seems to be an endless army of interns. Your leadership on the dais will be sorely missed, and Long Beach will be all the better for you having been here. So as a token of our office's appreciation for your work, we would like to present you with this certificate of recognition on behalf of Senator Umberg and the entire Umberg team. Thank you and your staff for all of your work over the last 8 years.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Brian Martinez, Office of Assemblymember Mike Gibson. Would love to echo everything that Senator Umberg and Supervisor Hahn's staff already said. You've been an absolute blessing to the Long Beach neighborhood. these past 8 years. We've sincerely appreciated your stewardship and commitment to service. I gave the certificate to staff. However, we want to just express our appreciation on behalf of the Assemblyman. Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you
Price.
so much.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we will take those. I'm going to have the next set of folks come up. If I can please have Mario Cordero, our city auditor, Laura Dowd, and our city prosecutor, Doug Halbert, please come forward.
Good evening, and Councilwoman, and I apologize for a lack of protocol, not having a coat. It was ugly sweater day at the Port of Long Beach, so I have taken off my ugly sweater for this event. But anyway, I'm going to defer to President Wiseman. She's going to make some comments. I'll call you Susie. I always call you all by first name, but thank you so much for your professionalism, the protocol you exercise, and the support of the port, and always being available. So with that, President Wiseman now is going to present to you a kind gift from the port so that you never forget the Port of Long Beach, which I know you won't, but this won't. Hopefully you'll put it right in your living room or your kitchen, but in other regard, I'm talking too much now, but President Wiseman.
Thank you, and we will be coming to your home to inspect where it is. Well, on behalf of the more than 500 employees of the Port of Long Beach and the Harbor Commission, I just want to thank you for your service. I will not repeat all the many accolades that were said here tonight, but they're certainly well deserved. I remember when we met a little more than 8 years ago and being so impressed by you then, and nothing has changed since then. The port has appreciated our partnership on Colorado Lagoon, and we have just been so grateful for your support of the port, for our zero emission goals, for the economic engine that is the Port of Long Beach. So thank you so very much. And we have for you a picture of the port. And again, we hope that you will display it proudly. So
I will.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Susie, thank you for your wonderful years of service to the city of Long Beach over the past 8 years. You've truly given so much of your heart and yourself to this city. It's obvious you love the city, you love the community, you've given it your all. Your persistence to get things done. It's been an honor to serve with you and to get to know you better. Just the tireless efforts of serving this community and all the work behind the scenes that nobody sees, that no one can see, that you council members do. Even though you have spent so much time and effort doing this, the work that you do has seemed effortless. It has not seemed like a job or work to you. It had just flowed from you. You're in your element when you're out in the public serving. It's like, it's who you are. It's service to others. And that is a true inspiration to me. Thank you for your years of service. And before I knew I was going to speak tonight, I just had a little token of appreciation for each one who is going out tonight, and I already gave you yours. So again, I just want to thank you for always having the city's best interest at heart and doing what's right for the city. The city is definitely in a better place today than it was 8 years ago. And thank you for your dedicated service to all of us. Thank you.
Councilwoman Price, members of the City Council, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve with you. I'm going to be very brief because I know there are other people that want to speak tonight and because I have a conflict that I have to run off to. But I believe, and I've been thinking as long as I can, I believe you're the first prosecutor to serve on the City Council. And you served during an 8-year period, which I think is a very interesting period in the criminal justice space, being both a council member, adopting policies that affect the criminal justice system, and then in your hard, difficult, challenging day job, being assistant district attorney in Orange County. A lot of people here know about your reputation as a council member. I might be the only one here who can attest to your reputation as a prosecutor. I have hired prosecutors from Orange County. I have had my prosecutors go to Orange County. Universally, to a person, every single one of them holds you in the highest esteem as a prosecutor who is ethical and who does the right thing regardless of the challenges. And so I wanted to acknowledge that as your professional reputation, not only as a council member, but as a prosecutor is stellar. As a resident, not just a city prosecutor, but as a resident, I appreciate your hard work. And I will acknowledge one thing that a lot of folks here probably don't know, but I noticed it on the day of your swearing in. Across America, many politicians, when they're sworn into office, put their hand on a Bible, and then they make an oath to the office. I believe you were the only one that day that put your hand on the United States Constitution. When you made your oath to the Constitution and to uphold it and to defend it and to support it, you actually showed symbolically by putting your hand on the Constitution what that meant to you. And I know that you hold those values dear personally. And I won't be here for the later presentation, so if I could just take one more moment. I know we're going to talk about Councilmember Stacey Mungo, but I remember very well when you were elected, it was the same time that Councilmember Price was elected. And I remember that because of a very distinct conversation with a couple people down the street from me. One of them kept talking about the new council member, Stacey Price, and others corrected and said, no, it's Susie Mungo. And it took a while, but it didn't take too long for you to distinguish yourself. Councilman Mungo, you took over the mantle of being a budget watchdog and the chair of the fiscal committee here at the city. And it was already been alluded to how much time council members put in. You know how much time you put in. It is a full-time job that's not compensated as a full-time job. But when Long Beach recently passed a $3.2 billion budget, there are probably very few people in the city other than you that actually knew what was in that budget. And someone asked me why you are leaving office, and I can only think of three things: 2 terms, 2 kids, and too many better things to do with your time. So I appreciate it, again, as a resident. If I could also add to our mayor who is leaving, I also remember when you were elected to mayor, the biggest change I saw in the position of mayor is the amount of including of other people when you had to give public remarks. You would acknowledge council members who were in the audience. You would sometimes bring them up on stage. You did that with other elected officials. So you actually did that, and it might be a small thing, and a lot of people wouldn't catch that. But what I noticed is that you were including people who you may not necessarily agree with. Maybe you had to fight at a council meeting the meeting before. But by including them as members of the city and putting a spotlight on them, your spotlight did not diminish. You showed that by elevating others, it did not in any way reduce your stature. And that's a lesson that I think a lot of politicians can learn from. It's going to be fun to watch you in your next step. And also, a lot of people don't remember that Robert Garcia put out to the challenge to bring more interns into the city and to businesses. I accepted your challenge, and it wasn't easy because we eventually had more interns in the office than we had attorneys. So it was a challenge, but now over 100 interns have gone through my office. Some of them have gone on to law school, completed law school. They're now practicing attorneys, they're prosecutors, they're copyright attorneys. They're people who are both here in Long Beach and showing what you can do being a student who comes here from Long Beach. Council members Price, Mungo, and Garcia have a combined 29 years of experience that we're going to be losing when the 3 of you leave this city council. But all of that pales to the 35 years that City Attorney Charlie Parkin has given to the city. 12 years as the elected city attorney. I wanted to add, City Attorney Parkin, that I've always respected and admired you as an attorney, but also as a husband, as a father, and now we get to watch you enjoy your time as a grandfather. So I appreciate your friendship, and I do mean it when I say it has been an honor and a privilege to serve with every single one of you. It's one of the privileges of my life is to get to spend time with some excellent people, and I want to thank you for what you do, not just as a city prosecutor, but as a resident of Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm gonna now please call up Trustee Sunny Zia and Maury Mustafavi, who are going to give some remarks, as we then welcome Councilwoman Price to give her remarks.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, honorable members of council. Thank you, Mayor Garcia, Councilwoman Susie Price, Councilwoman Stacy Mungo, City Attorney Charlie Parkin, for your years of service. I wanted to congratulate you and wish you much joy and luck for the life after council. In particular, I want to say a few words about my good friend, Councilwoman Susie Price, and fellow Iranian American elected official. When Susie and I got elected in 2014, we were the first female Iranian American elected officials to be elected from the city of Long Beach, a city with the Persian community as a very small minority, some of them who are here tonight. Councilwoman Price, Susie John, it is ineffable, the infinite pride I have in you, not just as a public official, but as a friend. You are a beacon of hope and inspiration for me and all of us in your community. Throughout your private and public life, you have always served the people and put their interest and public service before politics. I am especially proud of you for your courage to run for mayor of our great city and run with honor and dignity. Never once, whether in your current capacity or during your campaign, did you display the sins of vanity, and always kept it positive and about the people and service. I love how reliable you are, and that we can always count on you to do the right thing, even if it's not the popular thing or the politically expedient thing to do. I love our friendship, and I know we don't always agree, but then again, find me two people who agree on everything, thank God. Whether you agree or not with someone, you always listen and will take any idea presented to you by thoughtfully examining it on its merits and see if you can make it better. I love that, and that's what true leaders do. I love how you read every document on the council docket, as City Manager Tom Modicat so greatly put, in detail. You're one of the hardest working public officials I have seen in my 17-year tenure in public service. That's why your constituents love you, as they can attest to having experienced your leadership for the past 8.5 years. You are a consummate and tenacious fighter for their rights and what's best for the entire community, including having a safe, clean, and ethical city. I am honored to call you my friend and my sister in arms. I will so miss you in your capacity, but I'm so happy for you to be able to enjoy your time beyond City Council. More family time, more self-care, more joy. I know that regardless of a public office capacity, you will interminably work for the better good of our community. And as we say in Hebrew, you will tikkun olam, heal the world by service. Love you, sister. You are the greatest of all time and the one who broke the glass ceiling for us, Iranian Americans. You epitomize the expression woman, life, freedom with your courage, integrity, and resilience. Maye iftikhari.
Hi, my name is Mori Mustafavi. I'm a president of the Iranian American Association of Greater Long Beach. That's an association which was, for the first time in the history of this city, was established by Susie 8 years ago. I'm here not only on behalf of the organization and my board of directors, but also as a resident of the city of Long Beach and 3rd District. Susie, I thank you. We thank you. We thank you for your leadership, for your integrity, accountability, and collaboration, and eagerness to make a new era for the 3rd District and for the entire city. You were the first Iranian American elected official in a Greater Long Beach. You were the first who recognized the Persian New Year for the last 8 years. And I know how much Mayor enjoyed the pastries of the Persian pastries, and along with other members. As the first person who recognized the Persian and established the Persian American Association in Long Beach, as the first who united the diverse community of the 3rd District, as the first who put the service and policy before before politics. And I can go on and on and on. I know being a first puts a pressure on you, but you can handle it with a dignity and pride. In your capacity as a councilwoman, you were unquestionably firm in principle and flexible in the strategy. That you demonstrated in the last 8 years, and you demonstrated by virtue of your colleagues talked about the same issue. We thank you for your commendable public service. More importantly, we want to thank you for your loyal and stellar staff who served the community for the last 8 years. And we want to thank you. Last but not least, I don't have key to the city for you, and I know you have key to the heart of the 3rd District population and the entire city. But on behalf of the organization, I would like to present to you an artwork which represents 3 prongs, 3rd District. That is who it is. That's Susie Price, and represents your collaboration, diversity, and inclusion. Susie Price, for your outstanding dedication and public service, policy before politics. Iranian American Association of Greater Long Beach, thank you and thank you.
Thank you so much, Maury John. Thank you. This is beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me turn this now over to Councilwoman Susie Price.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm just so moved and touched by all the comments tonight and the genuine nature of the sentiments that have been brought forth, and I'm so grateful for all of you. I just want to take a moment. My mom is here. Just take this in. So my mom brought me here when I was 7 to give me opportunities that women in our country are fighting really hard for. Not the opportunity to be on the city council, but sitting here in a short sleeve dress without a head cover on my hair. Basic freedoms like that she brought me here to have. And we went from not speaking the language, not having money, to she got to vote for her daughter multiple times in a voting booth. And she gets to be here tonight to hear all of this. And we come from an amazing generation, a heritage of women. My grandmother was from Kurdistan. And if you've done any research, you know that Kurdish women are fierce. They're fierce fighters. They fight like hell. And my grandmother was a single woman, single in a time when women weren't divorced, and the principal of a school at a time when women didn't work. Nominated to serve in the parliament, and a lot of people say that I took after her. But I tell people all the time, my worst day is better than probably her best day. And I try to keep that perspective every day in the work that I do, which is service. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge my staff. I am so proud of my staff. We have the longest serving staff of any council office presently, and they've been with me for years, and we're like family. So Jack Cunningham, Lisa West, and Gabby Joy, who's watching from home, have been with me for so many years. Nina Musavi was with our staff as well. And I think everyone I've ever hired is getting together tonight. We're all going to dinner together. We're like a family. The great work that we have done in our district is just because of my staff. They do all the work. I take a lot of credit for it, but it is my staff that does the work that makes our office responsive and thoughtful and meaningful in the work that we do. I could not do any of it without my staff, and they deserve so much recognition and joy and celebration, and I'm grateful for them. I love them all so much, and I'm happy for everything that's happening in their lives as well. I want to just share just a few comments with you, and I know we're running low on time, but I will do my best. So, serving as the council member for the past 8 years has been an honor of a lifetime for me. The opportunity to make a difference, to lead, to carry the weight of 50,000 residents has been incredibly rewarding. Residents, families, business owners, students, senior citizens, immigrants, peoples with disabilities in the 3rd District all have depended on us and asked us to advocate for specific things for them over the years. To use my voice, my knowledge, and my backbone to help from this dais from week to week has been a true honor. It has been an honor to have so many put their trust in me to fight for the community and for the futures of our city. The work has been very difficult at times, but I'm so happy to have done it, mostly because of the people that I've had the pleasure to work with. For me, it's been about the people. The dedicated residents, business owners, advocates, city staff, and fellow elected officials I have built friendships with, some of whom will be in my life forever, by working together, standing by one another, not bringing one another down to the lowest common denominator just because we disagree. Those individuals have allowed me to grow and have positive progress for the city. I have seen such amazing changes occur in our city in just the last 8 years, as well as so many difficult problems that we have all attempted to solve that continue to stay with us, that we'll work towards in the future. Our time as council members to lead and to make a difference is brief, but the city has countless generations ahead of it. The individual voters, the arguments that we have, the projects that we have worked on will fade away, and new residents will grow up, and through all of it, Long Beach will remain. I'm so grateful for the chance to have poured my heart and love and determination into this city, and to work to get us on the right path for generations to come. For me, it's always been about making progress for the community. I've never really liked politics. I'm not very good at this game, but I love service. I love to do what I can to make the world around me better. Taking this role as council member was meant to push against the narrative that politics is messy and corrupt and self-serving. I have tried to show that politics can be about optimism, about working together, about kindness, about community, and about residents listening to everyone. Politics can be about thoughtful decisions and making smart progress. Politics can be about doing what's right and not what's easy or popular. I believe that politics has a capacity to make lives better for everyone and give our city the foundation it needs to success. And this can happen by leading with fearless love. I didn't do things the easy way as a council member. That certainly would have been easier on me and my family. My husband's here, and my 2 boys have been by my side every step of the way. It's not my nature. Like my Kurdish, fierce grandmother, my goal was to chart my own course and to do what is right every single day. I have spent a career for 24 years waking up with only one mission: do the right thing. That's what we do in my job. If we have to dismiss a case, we dismiss a case. If we have to reduce a case, we reduce a case. We do the right thing every single day, regardless of the consequence, and that has served me well. It's also trained me to read everything and make a detailed argument for my position, and above all, to fight for those who need help and those who have nowhere else to turn. I focus on community engagement and developing trust. And from that, we have a district now that I think is more engaged and much more willing to work with one another. I hope that is something that continues, and I have full faith that Councilwoman-elect Duggan will make sure that that happens in our district. I thank everyone who played a role, big or small, in my time in office. Al, Stacy, Daryl, I love you so much. Thank you. You have no idea. And I just want to say a few words to the police department. I love all of our departments. I love our entire city staff. But the men and women of our police department, you go out there every single day trying to protect victims of crime, fighting for victims of crime. And over the last few years, you have been demonized and mistreated in ways that are just unbelievable to me. I just want to tell you, keep doing what you do. We all depend on you. Victims should have a voice in this system. You are their voice in this system. As a resident of this city, I expect you to continue to fight for the laws and to fight for victims of crime, because our city depends on it. No matter what people are saying out there, stand tall and do your jobs every day. It has been my honor and privilege to serve as a prosecutor for 24 years, fighting for justice for people who have been victimized by no fault of their own. And you all do that work every single day on behalf of our city, and often do it with no thanks. And so, Chief Hebish, I have great hope and pride in the fact that you're leading. I know our entire Middle Eastern community feels incredible pride to have you where you're at. And I just want to say, it's been some tough times, and I love all of our departments, but I've been a prosecutor for 24 years. I know the work you do and the challenge you've been up against, and you need to recruit great people, and you only do that by standing tall and continuing to fight for the values that are important to this city. So thank you, everybody, and to our city manager. Thank you, Tom. You've done a tremendous job leading us through a very, very volatile time in the history of the world and the history of this city. And I'm so incredibly grateful for you and everything that you have taught me. And I'll just say my comments to the other outgoing officials tonight, so you don't have to hear from me again. To Stacy, to our mayor, Mayor Garcia, and to Charlie, thank you so much for the service that you've given to this city. I'm incredibly proud to have known you, to have learned from you. I've learned incredible lessons from all three of you, things that I will carry with me for the rest of my life, memories and experiences that I will carry with me for the rest of my life, lessons that I have learned about, just experiences that I've had that will stay with me and make me a better person. And so I'm grateful to the three of you for the amazing work that you've done, and I congratulate you tonight on your tremendous years of service as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and a huge thank you, of course, to Councilwoman Susie Price and the incredible team at District 3. We're going to be going to Councilwoman Stacy Mungo, Stacy Price. For our next presentation, we're going to start off with a video, and then we have some presentations as well. And so if we can go ahead and start with the video.
Hello, my name is Stacy Mungo, and I'm running to be your 5th District City Council representative. Many of you, like me, grew up in Long Beach parks, attended Long Beach schools, and are proud to call Long Beach home. In partnership with my colleagues, we as a council have learned from the lessons of these hard years and are taking large steps to protect the city's future. We have prioritized infrastructure. We're a place businesses businesses want to come because of the skills of our residents. A place where businesses are incentivized to grow. A place defined by our excellent schools, clean parks, and great libraries. A place in which our neighbors feel safe and where we know that we are looking out for one another. Because we are one great city made up of several unique communities. The State of the Fifth District this year was amazing. As my first State of the Fifth, I had a goal of engaging neighbors and was so pleased to have over 150 neighbors from throughout the city join me right here in Wardlow Park.
That was great. Thank you, Councilwoman Mungo. We're gonna start off by doing some colleague remarks. I'm gonna start us off, and we'll go from there, and then we're moving on to some presentations. I want to just to start off, Councilman, you and I have had this entire time, the entire 8 years that we've been together. Besides being seatmates, we've been good friends, and we've gotten along. We have had tough moments, particularly when we may have had different political perspectives on an issue or representing our constituencies in different ways. But I just want to thank you for your service and your graciousness and kindness. You are a good person, and you led the city always with Long Beach in mind. And so just thank you for that, Stacy. I also just wanted to say three things also. One is, Stacy, you are the most organized when it comes to your constituents. You have charts and Excel spreadsheets, and for those that don't know, she has information on every resident that calls, so you can help them better and get back to them. And your thoroughness with your community is unmatched. And just thank you for the work you've done. Your ability, of course, to come up with great ideas and always be an innovator is something that I will greatly admire. And that we've all been better off because of your work on economic development and innovation and pushing the city forward. But the last, the one thing I want to just really focus on, and you may not think of yourself in this way, but I wanted just to tell you that you have had the distinction oftentimes of coming from a district that, particularly in the past, politically has been sometimes in a different place than other districts, and that has put you in a sometimes also difficult place. But you've always stayed true to your values and your beliefs. But more than anyone on this council in the last 8 years, the one person that could have stopped or halted so much of our progress would have been you. And we talked about this early on. You were elected by a coalition of folks that always supported you. But I don't think anyone on this council has ever been in more difficult positions around votes because of your constituency and your your political development than you have. And so when I think about all the things in front of us, whether it was Measure A, or the different charter amendments, the work that we did around Measure MA, and so many others that came in front of this body. I mean, the one person that I always lost more sleep over, worrying about whether we were going to move forward, was you. And I thank you for that, because you always you always brought your ideas and made things stronger, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you took really tough hits and more arrows than the rest of us. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that when you come from districts like District 5 or District 3 or much of the East Side, we often move forward big policies and big ideas, but it is much harder oftentimes for folks from certain parts of the city to be able to bring these huge things like tax measures in front of the community. And so you let those go forward because you believed in them, and you believed in the power of infrastructure and public safety, and then be forever grateful that you chose, at least from my perspective, you chose to be a positive influence in the direction of the city versus very easily you could have taken and changed our progress and our direction in a much different way. And so I just want to thank you for that, Stacey, very much. And with that, I want to turn to Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think very well said. This is a bittersweet moment to see my colleague and friend Stacey Mungo Flanagan now at the end of her term. I want to just tell you, when I first met Stacey, I always tell this story. I met her, and I'm going to out you. I met her at a Democratic Women's Study Club meeting. And Stacey came up to me afterwards, and she says, "Hi, I'm Stacey Mungo." And she had this very firm handshake. And that alerted my instinct, my senses. I said, she's either a cop or she's running for office. And I happen to be true. Both. Stacey obviously has been a bright light on this council. She's got great energy. I always considered her to be somewhat of a silent whip, because she knew knew kind of where the votes were going to be on issues, oftentimes when others may not have been paying attention. She's always been innovative with policy, budgeting, and she brought a lot of great practical experience from her professional work with the county. We didn't necessarily see eye to eye on a lot of issues when she first got on the council. Matter of fact, we butted heads quite a bit, but we figured out, what can we work on together, and where do we share our values and beliefs. And we became partners on critical issues and I think we moved a great agenda, particularly on infrastructure. You were a true champion for infrastructure all the way through. Our Measure A, Measure M, hundreds of miles of street improvements, sidewalk improvements, alleys, they have our fingerprints on them. Budgeting, we found that, we were both a little wonky and nerdy when it came to budgeting, right? She was a public administrator. I studied public administration. I aspire to grow up to be like Tom one day and understand, the guts of the city. And so that was something that we had in common and could share conversations, but also ideas on. And obviously parks and public safety. We really appreciate, you being a stalwart and a champion on those issues, because those are the issues that really exemplify the values of your district and your constituents. You were always a champion for them. We were unfortunate that, and you kept us here for like 3 hours one night, And I know it was an important issue at the time, but coyotes. I will never forget that one. I will never forget that issue. And we had a council meeting kind of lined up out of the door with people talking about coyotes in their neighborhoods, and it was important. It may not have been important for 6 or 7 other districts, but it was important for your district that night, and you know, we listened and endured it. The redistricting was unfortunate in that, you know, you were kind of cut out of your district, but at the same time, it was a blessing and a curse because you now have time to spend with your family and focus in other directions in your career, which I know will be successful and bright, and your future is going to be great. And just, I think I admire Stacey most by her resilience. In the face of acrimony and disagreement, she always stood tough, stood firm, and whether or not she was even on the island by herself, she stood her ground. And I think that's a quality that I admire, and I think many others do as well. So I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate you, celebrate you, and know we'll be in contact for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely want to add to that. While I haven't been able to serve very long on council with you, I definitely know that your energy was always the first thing I noticed. You know, I always found myself being I'm good at working in fast-paced environment, but when I met you were speaking, I was like, wait, what did you just say? And then I was like, can you say that again? Because you just really spoke really fast, and that was just the way you are and how you juggle your work, your family, and I think what stands out is your work ethics. It's just, you know, you must have not slept the night before, but you're still present and you're working and you're like answering emails. I mean, it's just amazing how you've been able to keep that going. And I think I agree with Councilmember Austin. It's just definitely admire your fight to keep making sure you put your residents first and that their voice is heard. And, you know, I appreciate the conversations that we have when you would offer an idea and I would say, well, I'm not sure. Then you offer another idea. And so you're just really, I think, always, you know, aware about how do you continue to figure out where consensus is with individuals, whether or not it might not go that way, you still try, and that's where I deeply admire about you. And I just want to thank you for we're kind of office mate up there, and your team that you've hired have been amazing in helping my team when we transitioned in during COVID. That was the hardest time, so definitely appreciate your staff at that time, and congratulations to 8 great years, and also and I'm sure you're not going to go away because you're still going to be active, I'm sure. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. Just wanted to chime in and just first, the council is giving great comments, but when I think about my time on city council, I can't forget that run we had, the Millennial Caucus, that eventually turned into the Council Babies Caucus, because we'll always share that. We were, me, you, and Lena were the 3 that were growing our family, no children prior to taking office, and that's something that we're going to share. I also know that, I've had some good times with some council members here. I remember seeing karaoke with Suli Sorrow, but it's not going to beat our karaoke in D.C. We're not going to talk about that, right? You have definitely made your mark on the council. You're passionate about economic development. I know that, when you leave here, you're going to kill it. And you've had a very successful time on city council, and I agree with everything the mayor said about the positions you've been in. But what I can remember is like, Rex, what can we do together, right? Those conversations. We have made a lot of progress there. I can think about things like Kiva, how you made a difference. We partnered on those things. You taken one side of economic development, and I took another side, and we worked together and traded that committee. And I truly appreciate those things about you. I appreciate your work ethic. I want to congratulate you on your success on city council, and I want to wish you the very best and great success in the future.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Councilmember Mungo. I am just so thrilled of the time that I've been able to spend with you. You've been a great mentor. I know there was a lot of things that we didn't agree on, but there were a lot more that we did agree on. And for that, I thank you. I remember one of the first moments I met you was back in 2014 when I had the great pleasure, and I was so excited to be going to this Women in Politics event that you guys were talking at, and I thought that ever since then I've had great admiration for you and what you do, and here we are many years later, and I continue to admire you for everything that you've done, and just know that I will forever be grateful to your support for El Mercado that's hopefully coming up pretty soon, and that was something that you really championed and that you really cared about, and so I will forever be grateful for you for that. And also, don't, as you leave, remember that there will be someone that will continue championing those worst streets that need repairs. I know that that was a passion for you and a passion for me, because I know that those streets get left behind, and both you and I are very passionate about getting those streets fixed. So thank you for that, and thank you for this wonderful time that we've had, and thank you for sharing Sammy and Scarlett with us, because they're so sweet, and I wish you the best, and like I said, I'm just gonna see better and brighter for you in the near future, so best of luck.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. I closed my remarks about Councilwoman Price commenting on her energy. And right next to me on this side, I have the Energizer Bunny. So what incredible bookends to the 4th District. That's all I can say. And I really appreciate that energy, because my 2 granddaughters are similar in age to Stacy's 2 daughters. And I know one afternoon of babysitting is completely wipes me out. So I can't respect you more for your ability there. I actually remember the very first thing Stacey Mungo said to me my first night on council. As I sat down, she said, the 4th District seat is very important to myself and Councilwoman Price. I said, what's so important about the 4th District? She said, it's not the district, your seat. That's where Susie and I kept our purses when you weren't here. But she's always looked out for me that way. And in fact, tonight, she bugged me for the longest time to get a new iPhone, okay? I finally did it. What did she say tonight? You need a new iPad. So I'm trying to keep up with the technology, but she's been a great help there. Also, Stacy texted me just a couple of nights ago about an issue at a shopping center, not in her old district, in original 4th District. And I was kind of amazed. She's a week or so from leaving office. She's still engaged. And I have this sneaking suspicion that's not going to stop. I think she cares so much about the community that no matter where she is, it doesn't matter whose district she's in, she wants to make things right and give her input. So just in closing, I consider that one of my goals in serving the 4th District was for the 3 East Side council members to get along, to never be adversarial, to always work cooperatively. That hasn't always been the case in Long Beach. And so I made that my goal. I have to say that these 2 women could not have made that easier. It's been absolutely a pleasure to serve with both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to have Mario Cordero and our city auditor please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Councilwoman Stacy, as a 5th District resident, I want to thank you for all the service that you put in for the 5th District. You were always accessible, whether as a city employee or to residents as a whole in the 5th District. And I will say this, that we certainly appreciate your engagement at all levels, whether it's in relation to neighborhoods or, in our case, in relation to the port. So wish you the best in your future endeavors. And I think with regard to the work ethic, I don't want to repeat what's already said, but I just want to add the fact that, as a mother, you know, and we recognize the challenges that one goes through raising a family and how you were able to navigate that with two very young children. I remember one time we went out to lunch and one of them was recently born, and you met that lunch meeting with the baby. So I admire your commitment in navigating in terms of what you did in your personal life, and of course, as already been said, what you did for residents. So as it relates to the port, I'm going to have President Wiseman make some comments on behalf of the port with regard to a kind gift that we have, so that you at least could not only remember the city, but the greatest port of choice in the country.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you, Councilwoman Mungo. You know, I am also a 5th District resident, so you are your district has been well represented at the port. And I do have to say a couple things as a 5th District resident before I make this presentation. First of all, I have to say, I have never heard anybody say, I called the 5th District about something and no one ever called me back. And that, I have to say, is amazing. So thank you so much. And even though it's been years now, thank you for having my sidewalk fixed. So it was the whole block. I don't want anyone to think that I got special treatment, so thank you so much. On behalf of the port, you may recognize this picture because we just gave one to Councilwoman Price. But on behalf of the port, I do have to say, you know, I know that you have scrutinized our budget the way you have scrutinized the city's budget, and we are better for it. And so we thank you for your attention to detail. It's already mentioned about your attention to economic development, and of course, we very much appreciate that at the port, as we are a large part of the economic development in the city, and what the city does is helpful to the port. So thank you so much for your service. We are very grateful. We appreciate it. I don't think anyone, and this to all of you, understands how difficult it is to be an elected official. And it's not just the hours you work, but the abuse that you take, often undeserved. And so we thank you very much, and I hope you will put this somewhere in your home. And like Councilwoman Price, I think we're going to have to come and do an inspection to make sure that port property is properly being used. So we thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Stacy, I also wanted to thank you for your 8 years of public service to the city of Long Beach. You've given your heart and your soul to the city. You've done your homework. You've asked good questions. You've been supportive of the work of our office. I really appreciate that, and the great public service servant you have been to the city of Long Beach. Thank you. And I just had a little token of appreciation of something that's one of my favorite things about Long Beach. And so maybe I can hand this to you and also the picture, if that's okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. And if we can please have the dignitaries from the offices that are here to please come forward.
Hello, Councilwoman Mungo. Supervisor Hahn, your county sister, would like to send her best wishes and thank you for being such a great partner over the last 8 years. You invited county staff in a lot of the projects that you were working on in Long Beach, and that was really helpful to have that collaborative spirit. I mean, you even got, you know, the sheriff here now, so that county pool you have is pretty great. But one of the things that I think stands out, and I think many of us agree with Mayor Garcia, is that you have been put in some challenging situations, but you've always been upfront, straightforward. Even if we disagree, you handle everyone with civility, professionalism, and kindness in the anticipation of working together another day. And that's something that I appreciate of you so much, because it made my job a lot easier. I look forward to continuing our work together. And on behalf of Supervisor Janice Hahn and the entire county family, we're very proud of you, and we thank you for your service.
Hello Hello again, Council. David Ochoa from the Office of Senator Tom Umberg. One of the great regrets I have about us not only losing Long Beach, but of COVID, is that we did not get to work with your office more. However, undoubtedly, I always heard about your office, the responsiveness to your constituents, the comments on council. It seemed like every council meeting I watched, every item, there was something you were saying for your district. And there's a public servant spirit to that you don't quite often enough see in people. Your dedication to Long Beach, your district, the constituents who put you here. And from public safety to infrastructure, the issues you championed over these last 8 years, they're going to leave a mark on this dais and on this city. And so, unfortunately, they took the other certificates, but oh, good. Thank you so much for serving, and best of luck.
Thank you. I'm going to have, thank you very much. And we have, I think, all the other certificates that are up here. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Modica.
Oh, Stacy. So, Stacy, you just amaze us as well. You're just such an amazing public servant. I'm always incredibly amazed at how you go above and beyond to serve the community. And you're not just serving our community, you serve the entire county. If you ever talk to Stacy, the amount of places she's touched in the county as they've moved her from spot to fix issues and just bring her expertise, she's had quite the career in the county. And Stacy, you do it all. You were always the first to just jump in head first into any problem. You love to problem solve. We'll say, we'll be doing our briefing. I'll say, well, this is something we're dealing with. And Stacy just jumps in and goes, well, I got an idea for that. And here's how we could do it. And we thought about this and thought about that. You're really known for your ideas, and your mind is just always going. And you're always looking at how problems and solutions connect, and always looking at innovation and changing our approaches and technology and just ways that we can improve and be better and serve our residents better. I'm always amazed how you're always moving. You're never sitting still. When you're in the county, you're touching so many different operations there. You're running a fire nonprofit. You're in Homeland Security grants. So a lot of people don't know this, but sometimes we have to go to battle against Stacy Mungo, who used to be in the fire in the Homeland Security committees, and our team would be on the other side. And she represents the county, and we represent the city. And she handled that very deftly. You're also a reserve sheriff, which just always impressed me. You've got your family business that your businesses have done. You've got your apartments. You were even your own general contractor once. That was a scary time for development services, but we got through that. You're the amazing mother of 2 young children, and then you're a council member on top of all of that, serving your community. Just so intricate on budget details. You'd have really tough questions on everything from pension to healthcare to personnel, non-personnel, or MOUs, and how all that works to fund all the services we provide. I've always appreciated how steadfast you are on a focus on economic development, always looking to grow the economy, not for the 5th District, for the entire city, and how we all improve, and constantly looking for revenue. You'll always be remembered, at least in the hearts of the staff, for your financial policies. You created financial policies with our team. They are there. They're going to live on for years to come. You champion new ways to communicate with our strategic communications plan, standardize how we do outreach. You championed our very much loved city online calendar. People love that calendar. And our one number system, which we're using more and more and more to connect people. So whenever you call 570-5000, I'll give a little plug. Now you can call one number and actually navigate by voice to where you need to go. I could just go on and on about projects, from airport improvements to everything happening at our airport to parks and playgrounds and streets and alleys. But you have so much to be proud of, especially in the area of infrastructure and just infrastructure in general. And it was never about 5th District infrastructure, it was about city infrastructure. And so in all your 8 years, you were such a voice on that, creating BOC motions, policies to encourage spending on infrastructure, and you pushed hard for a bond measure. I remember some of those conversations. And we weren't quite there yet because we didn't quite know how to fund it, but you were just so firm on let's get more funding, let's get this done. And just later this year, or early in January, we're issuing our first $80 million worth of bonds to be putting into our streets and projects. And so that mark will be felt for decades to come. And so just a personal story. I've told you this before, Stacy, but I chuckle every time I fall into this trap with you. But I'm talking to you at a briefing, and I talk to you about the 5th District, and I talked about the 5th District, and you chide me, and you say, Tom, I'm not a council member for the 5th District only. I'm a council member for the entire city. And that's truly been your calling. You've always looked out for more than just, than just your residents. Not to say you haven't prioritized them, but you're always looking at how Long Beach in general can be a better and better city. So thank you very much, Stacy. You will be absolutely missed. And I know you're not going anywhere. You still have your list of things that I haven't completed yet. And you've said what's going to happen if I don't get those done. So really, they're going to get done. All right, and so our gift, again, this is a special handmade, unique box, doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, just for you. We also have our departments coming up. We will also be planting a tree in your honor in the park of your choosing. We will also, we've given you a copy of the amazing airport sign, and we're still working on the other airport sign, by the way. That's still coming along. And then, of course, all of your health stuff to help keep you healthy. So, Stacy, we love you, and we just can't thank you enough for your service.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over now to Councilwoman Stacy Mungo.
I want to thank everyone for their comments tonight. Being this council member, being the 5th District council member, has been an honor of a lifetime. I appreciate how working with each of you, you never took my curiosity as more than curiosity to find solutions for the city. As mentioned, the 5th District is a unique district, and it is very different now than it was when I was elected in 2014, but still unique. Now, a bit of our uniqueness is in the 4th District. And when coming together, I feel as though one of the biggest criticisms was the 9-0 votes of this council. And what you heard tonight was the hard work to get to 9-0. I often approached my community with I appreciate you want a dissenting vote because you feel it stands for something. But I feel that I stand for you more when I use that understanding of where the votes are, that understanding of what we can do. And if a majority of the council is standing on the football field on the 20-yard line, and I'm standing on the 20-yard line, if we could move them to the 40-yard line for my vote and get a consensus of, as a city, how much more we all grow from that process. The dialogues with each and every council member to not only better understand the 5th District, but the district that my mom is very fond of, where her home is, and the district where my neighbors have property in different parts of the city, and those parts of the city are important too. Every part of the city growing comes together to find that solution. So I just want to appreciate all of you for taking the desire to grow the city as an opportunity to both get to know each other better. And I know that I don't always say it, but I really look to each of you as mentors. Every resident I feel I have the opportunity to learn from. I've soaked in so much and become so much more from each and every one of those dialogues. I will say that I did not have an intent to run for council with that firm handshake, Mr. Austin. I just wanted you to adopt nextdoor.com, which we all have learned a very valuable lesson from. I worked very hard to organize my communities, and with that, those organizations and giving a voice to those individuals, even before I became a council person, was part of what made it even more difficult to be a council person, because then each of them had their own voice, and the 5th District wasn't as easily united because they were able to express themselves and stake their ground before the dialogues of uniting them. And that was a hard time in the first few years of even getting the neighborhoods in our own district to understand and get along. Then once we could get some consensus to then try to bring in other districts on the east side and downtown and opening those dialogues. No one does this alone. I am so grateful for all of my constituents, all of the business owners, the nonprofit organizations, the neighborhood organizations, the city staff, their leaders, their department heads, my colleagues on the council, and especially my family. When I started this journey, I was trying to help another woman named Barbara run for city council. And that process that evolved into me running for city council was something that I approached my mom and my brother about. I was single at the time. I didn't know my husband yet. I hadn't met him. And I remember how concerned they were for me in taking on such an endeavor. And my mom, who raised me alone as a single mom, was always trying to put my health and my growth and my career first. And from a person who I watched volunteer for nonprofits across the city and help the city despite having to raise 2 kids alone, there was no other path for me besides public service. My servant heart comes from my mom. I also want to thank my brother, who not only was supportive, but his job and his career, he chose not to do business in Long Beach while I was a council member, to never put me in a position where I would have to recuse myself. And that is a personal cost to him. To his sister-in-law, who when they got married, she became Stacy Mungo while I was still Stacy Mungo. And she had to route numerous comments and constituent questions my way through the years. I appreciate that very much. And then when I became Stacy Flanagan, I want to appreciate, when my husband met me, I tried to not tell him I was a council member for some time, in hopes that he would get to know me. He didn't live in the city of Long Beach. He lived up in Pasadena, and so he didn't really know the politics or the inner workings of Long Beach. And so trying to go on a date or grab a drink at a place and hopefully not have a constituent sit down and tell me about their sidewalk was like always my fingers crossed. So I did a lot of dates in the downtown area. But through the years, he's grown to love this city as much as he loves his home where he was raised. And now we're so blessed to raise our 2 daughters here. My mom is at home with my 2 daughters watching. And what a different experience it is being a council member with children. And I saw the eyes. Many of you hear me talk about the duck pond and how my mom took us to the duck pond when I was a kid, and I remember riding the paddle boats. But now to see and want those things for my kids when the paddle boats aren't there anymore, and the duck pond's in disrepair, and the things that I had cared about before now had a sense of urgency to them that they couldn't take 4 more years. We needed it done now. And so thank you to all the department heads for understanding that urgency that comes with a new set of eyes that you get when you become a mom. I'm so proud of my staff. There is no council staff, and I know Susie will say the same, but there is no council staff that works harder than my staff. And when I bring council staff in, I have a different strategy than Councilwoman Price. I believe they should be with me for a few years, and then they should move on with the things that they have learned and better the city in a meaningful way. And I'm so proud of what each of them has gone on to do. Each of them still impacts Long Beach in a meaningful way, whether a city staff or working for a partner organization. And they earned each of those jobs on their own with their own knowledge and know-how. I want to thank them for recognizing that sometimes my team is asked to do more than solve the issue in front of them, but find others who have the same issue and haven't called us yet. And then find a solution that ensures that people don't have that problem again. And for those reasons, I've invested so much time in systems and pressured the city to adopt systems. And I appreciate that those aren't always beneficial to other districts, but now that some of those districts have inherited some of my constituents, they can understand why these systems are so valuable. It was my honor and my privilege to walk doors, host community meetings, listen, dream, and strategize on how to not only appreciate what we have here in Long Beach, but to improve our city for everyone. Doing what needs to be done, even when it's hard. Organizing residents, even when they'll organize against you. Helping to support everyone who comes forward from no matter which district they come from. If they have something that we need, we are there to help. Those calls from across the city, from people who had similar feelings about infrastructure as I did boil up one of the most controversial issues that I think, and the most controversial decisions I think I ever moved forward with. And I remember calling my friend, Robert, and saying, the time has come, I'm going to the press. And I called Channel 7, and I was on the news about the 10 worst streets in Long Beach. because I couldn't get a consensus from the dais to change the policy to pave the worst streets. The plan that we had was going to continue to repair the best streets and dig in a little bit, but the worst streets wouldn't be paved for 70 years under the financial plan we had. And that partnership and that understanding that there was a time and a place to bring in the community through the media to ensure that not only each and every one of us heard from the community and was called down to City Hall to speak on the matter, but our city staff heard from community members who weren't typically open to driving all the way downtown to voice their opinions. For each of these experiences and many, many, many more, I am thankful to each and every one of you for being a part of my journey. This seat belongs to the people, and I hope that the thing that I always said to Tom really resonates with the council going forward. We can always put our logo on our letterhead. We can fight for an item that means a lot to our constituents. But at the end of the day, we are elected by a district and serve the whole city. There's not a vote I can take about the airport because it's in the 5th district that I don't need to build the consensus of my colleagues. And I look forward to, as the city moves forward, to consider that in the decisions that they make. I'm looking forward to many park projects that are in progress, to see where the airport continues to grow. I'm looking forward to my 24/7 port. I think my baby was there when we discussed that. I think it was Sammy as a baby back then. And the many other projects across our city. Many of you get to see me more often than others because many of you know there are more city staff members that live in the 5th district than any other district in the city. So the city staff are not only the conduit to getting things done, but they're also my constituents in prioritizing the things that the 5th district cares about. And for that and that unique experience, I am very blessed to have had so many amazing conversations with each and every one of you. I want to thank you. It has been both a humbling and honorable experience, and I look forward to many, many more discussions with each and every one of you. Call anytime because I'm happy to go knock doors and find out the opinions of my neighbors if you don't have time to find out.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. We're going to go to our city attorney, Mr. Parkin. I'm going to kick off remarks for Mr. Parkin. We had a video for him, but it was just him saying no to the council constantly, and so we thought people didn't want to see that. But I'm gonna start off with some comments, and then we have some presentations. Charlie, I just want to tell you this. I've told this to your better half. I've told it to you many times. But there has been no more important relationship for me as mayor these 8 years than you. And you and I have been just complete partners. Doesn't mean we've always agreed. It doesn't mean that we haven't had different perspectives on an issue. But I have the highest level of respect for you and your attorneys and your entire team. And so when I thank you tonight, it's not just a thank you to you, it's a thank you to your entire talented staff and the attorneys that make this city function. Oftentimes, it's your job, and it's the attorneys that work for you and the deputies and the team to rein us back, to ensure that we're on track as it relates to what we can do within our own municipal code, within our own set of laws that we have worked on for years and long before we were on this council. And I just want to thank you for that service. You have always been honest and straightforward. You've allowed me and my, I would say, constant questions about ensuring that everything that we do is exactly within the law and within the expectation that we have as elected officials. I call you for every little question, but I really appreciate your advice and your guidance personally as it relates to this job, but also just your work for the city. Everything that we do and as a community, the city attorney's office, whether folks know it or not, is involved in. from our laws to what happens at the port to the way the water department governs to what's happening all across in public works projects. I mean, the attorney's office is involved in ensuring that things happen and that the city moves in the right direction. And certainly, while it's your job to be impartial and to give just advice, I've always known that your advice has always come from a position of loving your city, and you love Long Beach. You are a true Long Beach guy. You and your family are hip and exciting, and you love to do great things, and you travel. And I really admire the example and the kindness that you've shown to not just me, but to Matt and to just the whole community. I'll also just want to say that thank you also for the thoughtfulness in which you have elevated folks in your office, and the fact that it was as important for you to look to your team and ensure that we had a good city attorney following you, and that you elevated the right people at the right time is so critical. One of, the most important part of a relay race is the handoff of the baton. And you have done that so brilliantly in your office, and you have handed the baton off to ensure this continuation of excellence within your department. And so I just want to thank you endlessly, Charlie. I consider you a friend. I look forward to going out and catching a beer every once in a while when I'm back here on weekends. And so thank you, Charlie, for your incredible service to Long Beach. We're now going to go to some of the you're going to go to at the end. Some the members want to speak. Councilman Saro.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you, Charlie, for your many years of service and appreciate you being there when I was transitioning in as a council member during the pandemic. And I think with the team and understanding what the role of the city attorney is, and always appreciate everyone always just being so accessible and answering the smallest, what I thought at that time was the smallest question, but it was really important so I don't get in trouble. And that's what I've learned that you and your team does, and appreciate your leadership and what you have left as far as making our just city stronger and more protected. At times, while I don't like your response, I always appreciate you and the options that you always give us, as much as I don't like most of them, but I know that we have to choose one. So I think you do your job by doing that for us and making sure that we're always protected and that we don't get in trouble. So thank you.
Councilman Broston.
Thank you. And Charlie, I just want to take this opportunity to wish you farewell and tell you it's been an honor to serve with you and to get to know you over the last 10 plus years. You've been a gentleman. You've been a consummate professional. I think you've always been respectful and kind as well. I think that's a quality about you that I've grown to really appreciate. It wasn't always that way. Coming from the city attorney's office, you kind of rebranded the office to make it less about the city attorney and allowing the council to do their work, but also giving us quiet nudges and friendly reminders to keep us on track with Brown Act and ethics, and making sure that the charter was always being followed like I said, in a subtle way. And that you don't get from a lot of elected officials. There's an elected official who could be grandstanding and interrupting the council meetings with the objections to things that are going on. That wasn't his style, and that's something that I really, really appreciated. It was something that I've experienced a different side of that office personally. You've always been proactive and steady, and you've really never put this council in a position to guess or second guess the city attorney's office. And your office has always been a great resource for policy making. I think our city is better, our city council is better for your service. Our city as a whole is better because of your service. And I know that you and Therese are gonna enjoy your time together on your next journey, and I know that the folks at St. Anthony are beaming with pride because of your service to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you, Charlie. I learned so much from you. Diving into all the details always brought me a lot of questions, and your cell phone was always answered, and you were always so thoughtful and explaining in layman's terms, even if I didn't like the answer, how we could, as a city, find a solution. And a lot of that consensus building that I was working on behind the dais was only possible because of the understanding that you helped me with of our rules and our policies. And so I give amazing amount of credit to you and the work of your team. You have an amazing team, and I feel confident in the city's future because of the team that you have built. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, Charlie, we were just talking just a minute ago how, you know, I have the fortunate opportunity to have been at City Hall since I was 26, and you started your career when you were 26. And I remember from the very beginning, right. But I remember from the very beginning, I would just drop into your office and say, hey, what do you think about this? Or how do I do that? I don't think that's legal. Okay, all right. What about if we go about it this way? I think you'll be fine. I think if you do it like this, you'll be fine. I can remember those conversations going back since, you know, the early days when I was Chief of Staff to Steve Neal. I think it was great when you became our city attorney because I continued to just drop into the office and say, what about this? And we just had that relationship. I just want to say that I'm glad you're going to have time to spend with your grandchildren. I know that's super important to you. I know how demanding this job can be. I want to thank you for just being, you know, someone who was always open to coaching and, you know, and also, you know, we would talk to Cheese May whenever we needed to talk to Cheese May. And I just appreciate you being so approachable, and I'm going to miss you. So I hope you stay in touch, you know, in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Charlie, for everything you've done. I remember coming into the council and you counseled me on so much things, and I will forever be grateful to you that not only were you helping me and you were there every time I called for big things, but you were always there for the small things too. And that always gave me so much comfort that I could come to you and your team, and I continue to come to you and your team for guidance. And like it was said before, I think that your job in the last couple of years reflects the team that you have now, and I feel that you are leaving us in very good hands, but that comes from your leadership. So for that, I thank you, and thank you for all the great things that you've done for our city, and I wish you the best of luck, and we're here just a phone call away, and just wish you all the best in your future.
Thank you. And Councilmember Supernall.
Thank you. Well, Charlie, I think your calm, steady demeanor has been a great resource for us. No matter what the issue, we could always come to you and you would give us your sage advice. No matter how bizarre the idea was, you made it seem like you didn't think it was bizarre and gave us all the legal angles. But I had, I try not to look back, but today I was researching a council issue from April of 2020. And just to get to that item in that agenda was incredibly difficult. The avalanche of legal issues during COVID that your office managed through was absolutely incredible. And I don't think we ever noticed because you handled it so deftly. But that really speaks to your professionalism, your abilities, and that you could lead us through all those complicated legal challenges. As I said, just looking at today, I had a new respect for you. Finally, I'd like to say that just in my household, you once told me that we had gone to lunch and you asked me what I was doing that week, and I said, well, we have a bridge naming ceremony for Joan Lynn Van Blom. And you said, oh, she used to be my babysitter. So I told my better half, I'm going to use that story, this thing. She said, oh, I don't think you should. I said, why not? She says, well, that doesn't reflect the dignity of his office. I said, dignity? We're talking about Charlie Parkin, please. So I ended up using the story, and it got printed in its entirety in the Press Telegram. So that is actually the only argument that I had tangible proof of that I made the right decision when, as I said, my primary advisor told me not to use it. Anyway, so what we said then is this is the quintessential Long Beach story. 0 degrees of separation. Our city attorney was babysat by the person we were honoring that day. So on behalf of the born and raised in Long Beach crowd, I'd like to say you're actually our poster child, and we wish you the very best in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have if Ms. Dowd could please come forward, as well as our port director and Ms. Weissman.
Mr. Parkin, Charlie, as an attorney, I've always admired the profession in regard to the education we received with regard to giving advice to the client that's not only advice that is legal, in other words, for the client to think about in terms of what's the right thing to do, but the ethics bar that we all have as attorneys. And I've always admired that the Parkin family certainly has lived that here in the city of Long Beach. And not very many people may realize outside this room that your wife, Teresa, the Shinawais family, or Shinawais family, is also a legacy in Long Beach. And last, my wife, Gloria, always wants me to mention, both of you are St. Anthony's alumni, and part of the St. Anthony's group that has had so much of an impact in the city of Long Beach. So as port director, Councilman Darrow has already said the myriad of legal issues, and more particularly during the COVID pandemic era, you all remember there was a lot of gray areas in terms of what we could or could not do as a city. But one last story on a more humorous note, during that time when we were in shelter in place, Charlie was always good about having meetings with me. We'd go across the street at Starbucks, make it convenient. And people know I'm a big coffee drinker. So during the pandemic, I get on the Teams meeting, and Charlie is on the Teams meeting, and I'm looking at this, I go, is this guy in the plane or what? And it's his Airstream trailer. Is that the Airstream trailer? And I thought, oh my God, this guy's in a real bubble. He's in his driveway in an Airstream trailer. COVID, there's no way this is going to get this guy protected. But I always admired that you found a way to make sure that you kept to your obligations to meet not only with the council, but the various departments. And your advice was always one that we always appreciated. So President Wiseman's going to give some comments on a kind gift on behalf of the port.
So I have to say that you may not be surprised to know that I've served as a council staffer, I served as the mayor's staffer, now as a harbor commissioner, that sometimes in those positions you talk about the city attorney. And in addition to particular issues, one of the things that is often discussed is the city attorney helpful? And that doesn't mean, as is mentioned, that you always get the answer you want, because sometimes the answer is no, but sometimes there's a creative way to approach what it is you want. And you, I have to say, have always been a helpful city attorney, and we appreciate that very, very much. You certainly, and you and your staff have been helpful to the port and have helped us achieve what we want to. And so in appreciation, this picture may look familiar now, that we are pleased, I am pleased on behalf of the Harbor Commission and the port employees to present you with this wonderful picture of the port. We thank you again for your support of all we've done towards helping the city, its economy, and clean up the air and the water. And we are very grateful to you and happy to present you with this picture. And because you're so close to the edge, I'm going to bring it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And the city auditor.
Thank you. I also want to echo the comments that before and want to thank Charlie for his years of dedication and really dedicating your career to the city of Long Beach. Thank you for your years of service. This is a major city with major issues, complex issues, and you and your team have done a great job in serving the city. Thank you for your leadership. I wish you and your wife and your family, your children, your grandchildren, the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, I know we have certificates that we'll get to Mr. Parkin, but I wanted to turn this over to our city attorney, who is also going to give his farewell remarks, as well as retirement speech, because you are also retiring from the city of Long Beach. Oh, actually, I skipped Mr. Modica. That's because he only had bad things to say about you.
So, Charlie. Charlie, many don't know this. Charlie, everyone knows Charlie as like our city attorney. He's actually served 9 years, not 8. Everyone else on the diet has done 8, but the council actually appointed him the year before. So he's done 9 years as our city attorney. But he's had 38 service years with the city of Long Beach, which is incredible. So one of his very first jobs, he calls it a field rep for the oil properties department. I call it a roustabout, which is the term for someone that just goes out and deals with all the stuff that's out there. But he started just at the very bottom of this organization, just doing whatever needed to be done. He told me today his one job that they all assigned him as the grunt, as the bottom one, was he had to deal with City Hall. So he had to be the one that actually came in and deal with City Hall while everyone else is out doing all the stuff in the oil fields. But Charlie, you've been an amazing friend to me, an amazing counsel, an amazing person to talk to, and just an incredible professional. And the city manager-city attorney relationship is one of the most important relationships for a city manager, but not many city managers have that. A lot of times it's a contract attorney. You might switch them out every couple years, and so you don't build that same type of relationship. But I must say, I look forward to our regular meetings. We talk several times a week sometimes when lots is going on. We've got our regular meetings, and I look forward to those. And again, not many city managers that I talk to say that. You've dealt with so many challenges, so many sticky situations, always with professionalism and that strong determination to do what's right for the voters, for the constituents, and for your clients, and always with direction on how to resolve it. That's not to say that you don't get mad, because boy, do you get mad sometimes. If you haven't gotten chewed out by Charlie Parkin, you are missing a valuable life experience. It is something to remember. But even when you're furious with us for doing something bad or something we didn't even do or something we didn't know we did, it's always from a place of problem solving and never from a place of acrimony. And the very next day, we're right back to the strong relationship that we've built. And I so appreciate the culture that you've created with your team. Your team is amazing. You've heard a number of them say it today, and that's you. That's you creating this culture of them being there to help and being there to get us to yes. And so I know sometimes you do get the reputation of having to say no, but you say yes much more often than you say no, at least on our side. And when you say no, it's because it needs to be a no, and we totally appreciate that. And so you put your team before yourself, you selflessly elevate them and their successes, but never once do you point the finger when things go wrong. You accept personal responsibility for your team, but you pass the success, and I always appreciate that. You have an awesome sense of humor. We laugh a lot, as you know. That's how we all stay sane. We laugh a lot. And so I do want to tell one story. Names will be withheld to protect the guilty. One day we did something, it was a minor issue, but we were supposed to be negotiating a facility use permit, and just a minor thing, but there's a legal agreement that comes with that, and nothing went right on it. All the steps were skipped. Every answer Charlie asked, did you do this? The answer was, no, we didn't do that. Did you do this? No, that wasn't done. Was this done? No, it wasn't done. And so in the end, it was $1 a year lease for a facility use permit. And the very last question Charlie asked was, did you at least get the $1? And I just never forgot that. That's his way through humor, just letting us know, like, come on, let's get this back. And we got it right back on track. It got all fixed out, and everything's fine after that. So Charlie, we're going to miss you. And again, thank you for your leadership, your team, and we look so forward to having Dawn follow in your shoes. And so we do have this box for you as well. This is a one-of-a-kind Charlie Parkin box. What's that? It's one of a kind. You'll see it. Compare them. They're all different, all unique. We'll be planting a tree in your honor as well. We have our picture of our airport, and we also have our safe kit for your Airstream. Keep you safe. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. And actually, we do have one more person making some comments, and that's going to be our new city attorney incoming, Ms. Dawn McIntosh. And then we're going to go to Mr. Parkin.
All right. Well, on behalf of our office, Charlie, we want to thank you for your 38 years of service to the city, 27 years in our office, and 9 years as our city attorney. And the entire time that you have been with our office, you have led with humility and integrity. As it's been said here tonight, you set the tone for our office. You determine the culture of that office. And we are all very grateful to you for establishing the culture we have. All of our attorneys are passionate about the city and trying to help the city, our city manager and our council and the mayor really move the city forward and accomplish the goals. And that's because of you and the example you set with your leadership. As it's been said here tonight, while there's times that you say no or you can't do it that way, your first reaction is, how can I help? And I think everybody up here on the dais has probably experienced that. Because that's how you really see our role, is helping these hardworking people make our city better. And so we thank you for that. I feel very lucky to have served and worked under your leadership. I'm going to miss you very much. And you know, in the office, we were thinking this is going to be a very difficult transition for you, going from making these really difficult decisions all day, every day, to retirement. So we tried to figure out how to help you through that transition. So we got you a gavel that is engraved with your name, city attorney, your years of service, and when you're at home having a moment of withdrawal and you just have to make a tough decision, you can just smack that gavel. It is pepperoni pizza tonight, and hopefully that'll get you through the moment. And so thank you and enjoy your retirement.
And now we'll turn it over to City Attorney Parkin for the last time.
I have a feeling who's going to own the gavel here. So, first, Mayor, I sit here today very humble, and I appreciate all of your comments, and thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that you recognize the team. The team in the City Attorney's office is tremendous. If I've had a small part in that, I'm very grateful, but we've hired some really good people. The city is very lucky to have them working here. A lot of them have stuck it out and are here, and I appreciate that. And Tom's right. I mean, we get it done as a team. We win as a team. If something goes wrong, that's my job, right? I've got to fix that. And what I tell our attorneys is, we trust you. We know you're going to do the best job. But if something goes wrong, I need to know about it right away. We need to really try and, if we can fix it or save it or whatever we can do, we're going to try and do that. But I didn't get here today by myself, and I was raised here in Long Beach, Darrell, and you're right about your story. But my father worked for the city for 23 years. My uncle worked for the city for 32 years. So I grew up with both my father and my uncle as my mentors and role models. And with my service, I think we have about, if my math's right, about 95 years of service with the city of Long Beach. And it just, we're Long Beach. I love Long Beach. I've been here. We went to St. Anthony's. I met my wife at St. Anthony's High School. And so I do have a passion for the city, and I've been fortunate to serve in a number of different ways. And as Tom pointed out, I got into the city any way I could. I was a field person. I was literally in the trenches of the city of Long Beach working for the city, and had a lot of mentors within the city. I don't know if this is good or bad, but when I was hired, Chris Garner and I were hired the same year in the same department. Chris is here. And I've been able to learn from people in the city and learn how to be a city employee and what that means and what it requires you to do, because you're representing your city. And so that helped prepare me, I think. And then I went to law school at night while I was working at the city, and Teresa was a single mom for about 4 years while I was at law school and working full-time. But it enabled me to come to the city attorney's office and do what I love to do. And I started there, and I was fortunate to be promoted, and then, as you know, be our city attorney for the last 9 years. But it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with this council. It really has. I mean, Rex, congratulations. As mayor, I know you'll do great things. Thank you. Al, thank you for giving us a shot to re-earn your trust and support. I appreciate it. Roberto, we miss you greatly. We wish you all the best. I hope you're back soon. His sense of humor and smile is always welcome. He's such a great person. Dr. Sorrow, thank you for all your work in the 6th. Stacy, I'll never forget your BOC amendments. I can never follow them. They're 3 or 4 pages long. They give me nightmares. I just didn't know what to do. Daryl, you're our historian. It's great. Susie, emails at 2:30, 3 in the morning. I'm not gonna miss those. I don't know when you sleep. Honestly, I don't. They always. Cindy, hope you're better too. Thank you for all your work on the Queen Mary. And Mary, you're doing great things in the 1st. So thank you very much for all of your service. You guys are tremendous. But I will say the best thing that I think you ever did was hire Tom Modica as your city manager. I think that was one of the best decisions you ever did. And I say that because I worked with Tom when he was the assistant and with Pat West. And when Pat decided to retire, you had a search and you did a real diligent search and you looked at a lot of different candidates. And I certainly don't have a vote on it, but I was sitting in the back room, fingers crossed, and you did it. Just, I think the city's better off, and it really helped implement all of your policies and procedures going forward. His knowledge and experience here at the city has been tremendous. Linda's been a dream to work with. I appreciate all of the work in the city attorney's office, or the city manager's office, especially during COVID. When we went virtual and no one was here, and we were having our Tuesday night meetings, Linda would sit here, Tom would sit there, I would sit in Rex's seat, and the city clerk would sit there, and that was it. And we're running the city here, and everything's on TV, and it is just amazing. All of the challenges that were done under COVID with the mayor. The mayor said this, I think, yesterday. Some of them may not have been legal, but we did a lot of things during COVID. Last minute, big things. Our health department, hat off to the health department. They worked their tails off during COVID. And we had an attorney I thought we were going to kill, Taylor Anderson, who was writing health orders every weekend. It seemed like they kept changing. And the migrants, the children at the convention center, what an effort that was, and what a great result that was. And so we had a lot of great results. I agree with what you said yesterday, Mayor. It saved lives. It was important work, and our team rose to the occasion, and a lot of them worked from home, and it changed how the city does business and how everything happened that way. I do want to recognize my wife. I've got 38 years of service, but I got 45 plus years of marriage, so that's the win right there. And I can't believe this, but I got some neighbors here, which I can't believe. Greg and Mindy, you guys find something else to do on Tuesday nights, I'm telling you. Exactly. And as Susie said, I would just like to say Tuesday nights have been crazy. For me, it's one of the hard nights of during the week, we try and get all the work done, and then Tuesday we find out what more work we're going to get, right? So we try and manage that. And I just want to thank the police department for your officers being here, Chief. Every Tuesday night, it makes us feel safe, and we appreciate your service. And I don't know how you guys sit here and listen to all this every Tuesday night, but thank you. I really do appreciate that. And so with that, Mayor, thank you very much. We're going to be in Long Beach. We're not going anywhere, and I look forward to all the great things that this council will do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Last presentation. I think we have a very short video that was really about the city, and then I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Richardson, and I'll have some brief remarks.
So I get to take over one last time as vice mayor and chair this final effort here in recognition of our incredible mayor. Just a few comments, and then we'll go to city council. Then we have some additional comments as well. Mayor Garcia, I had an opportunity to join you yesterday at your farewell. I thought it was incredibly impressive. Not only the record of accomplishment that was demonstrated yesterday, but the room. The coalition that was really built, and I think is a testament. You had, all walks of life, nonprofit sector, education, business, all united behind this united city, and that's really what, in my opinion, you've represented. I think that you have to acknowledge that Mayor Garcia has had an incredible tenure as mayor, incredibly successful. We're talking about leading on one of the most significant issues in our city, infrastructure, right out the gate, 2 years in with Measure A. 14 ballot measures, all successful. I believe the number is 14. You know the number. Is it 14, Mayor? 15. All right, see, I told you, 15. And hasn't lost one of them. Big issues like infrastructure, police reform. I mean, these are significant issues. The consolidation of departments, from reforming our charter to investing our city. These are significant achievements. I also would say, and I said this in my comments yesterday, that Robert really elevated our station as a city. He truly did. And I remember the criticism that folks would say that the mayor knows personally the president, the vice president, the governor. But we have to think about the challenges we've gone through over the last few years. Our mayor, we're fortunate that he had those relationships, because when the pandemic happened in our city, we were too small. We were just shy of 500,000 residents to receive CARES Act funding. And Robert stepped right into action. And we were fortunate to have a mayor that could pick up the phone to the governor and to the federal government and say, hey, you forgot about Long Beach. We need about $40 million to help with our relief. That's important. That's incredibly important. We also know that we had a standout response to the pandemic, and our mayor demonstrated true leadership despite some very significant personal challenges in his own life, and we heard about that yesterday, but he showed real leadership. In that moment, Robert stepped up for our city, and he was our leader, and we were able to respond to the pandemic, have one of the best emergency responses in the nation, and really lead the way. One of the first cities in America to vaccinate 99% of our seniors. That's right, absolutely. We were proud in that moment to have a city that believed in public health. Robert has led in many, many ways. In addition to that, I would say when we think about the way that he's championed innovation, he came right out the gate. I remember the first State of the City when he leaned into innovation, when he took the podium away and did a TED Talk. And look at the results today. Look where we are today. There's a lot of that legacy aerospace. We're figuring out what's going to happen, what the future was. We have Space Beach, one of the fastest growing clusters in America. And a lot of people were involved in that, but Robert was our champion. He was the one who talked about innovation on day one and technology on day one, and we can thank him for that. Our skyline has transformed. I was just looking at the video about he's transformed our skyline. He's led with a number of different signature events in our city. We just had our annual tree lighting. Robert started that. We just did our key to the city. Robert started that. And I would also say that he's been very present in all parts of our city. A lot of the progress that I'm really truly proud of in North Long Beach, our Uptown Renaissance, Robert's been a true supporter of that work, more so than any mayor, and I've been around for a while. He was at our Uptown Jazz Festivals in the video. He was there with us, right? He was there for some of these things that I remember, and I think many of our council members would agree. So I think my takeaway from Robert is that he's been a tremendous example that we can learn from. I think he's always said to me, government should help people, right? We have a responsibility to help people, and we should always work to do what's right. And so that said, I'm incredibly proud to have been, vice mayor twice and have only been vice mayor with Robert Garcia. I'm excited about what he's done, the legacy that we have together as a council. And as you continue to go and continue to grow and move forward, I'll always be proud to have been Mayor Robert Garcia's vice mayor. So thank you, Mayor Garcia. We're now going to go to the City Council, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I'm sad that I'm not able to work with you much more than this past 2 years. But what I do know from having observed you, even as a staffer in the past, is that you don't just do 100%. I think you do like double, 200%. In every single thing you do. And I think that there's a lot of words to describe you, but I think that the one thing I would say about you is thoughtful. I mean, you really think through everything, and I don't think there's a moment you're not thinking about always how to make the lives of people in Long Beach better, and in general as a nation as well. And so I deeply admire your passion, your commitment, and how much you just put your whole life into the public service. And that is something I look up to. And one of the things I think, having kind of worked as a staffer over the years, to see how much this work as council member and mayor enhanced your sense of humanity. And I think that I've heard you speak over the many years as mayor, and I think that you've just become more of an amazing orator. You tell stories where it's not just about accomplishments and results about our city, but you really describe all kinds of people that lives in our city and who they are, who they're connected to, what they care about, their families. And I hope you carry all of that to DC and tell the stories that you continue to do to ensure that you're representing not just Long Beach, but the many other cities too. And I look forward to visiting you as part of the Fed Ledge to make sure that we get the funding we need to do all the work that we're going to be doing in the near future. So thank you very much for your service, your passion, your commitment, and dedication to the city that we all love. Congratulations on a successful 8 years as mayor, and many more as council member and others.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. Mayor Garcia, I am so very proud of you. I still remember, seeing you in the hallways of Cal State Long Beach, with your big old smile and always, being so friendly and so active at the university. It feels like it was just yesterday, yet it was a little bit over 20-something years ago. But one of the things that I love is that you continue to be so dedicated to inclusivity, and that's something that I really admire about you. I think that under your leadership and because of you, we've had some really significant appointments to our commissions and boards, and actually I think are all full right now, and that's because of the intentionality that you have had with making sure that you select people that are really invested in the community to serve on these boards and commissions, and that has been amazing. Not only that, but you have made more appointments to these boards and commissions of women, and I think that is speaks very highly of your inclusivity. Yes, thank you. Not only that, but under your leadership, you have also had the council with the most women on it, and that also speaks to your inclusivity. And I can't wait to see what you're going to do in Congress. And I'm just so very proud of how you have led, yet you haven't forgotten where you come from. Being a fellow immigrant, I think that's really a testimony to who you are, that you don't forget where you come from, yet you really want to increase and improve the quality of life for everyone you serve. So I'm happy to have you as our new elected congressman for this area, and congratulations, and I look forward to working with you in that capacity.
Thank you. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. Daryl talked about getting sure that the east side got along. I remember along the campaign trail, I thought, if I ever become a council person, I hope I can get along with the mayor. Because that has not always been the case in the 5th District with previous council members and mayors. And I know that going into it, we would sit next to each other and hopefully build a relationship. And I'm very thankful for the many, many years and dialogue that we've had, both at the dais and at coffee shops and at other places, even in other places of other homes of people's living rooms across the city. Those dialogues help me grow as a person, and I appreciate how much you invest in each and every one of us up here at the dais. You are a real consensus builder, and you led by example, and I think that the city is better for it. Thank you.
Councilman Austin.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just join in the chorus in saluting and congratulating you on your success. Your hard work, your commitment, dedication to the city has certainly paid off and put us in a better place. You've led our city during an unprecedented time, and you have made, I think we've made an unprecedented impact during your time as mayor in office. And I want to just say that it's been a real treat to witness Robert Garcia's transformation over the last 25 years. And it's been pretty vast. As a political operative, a small businessman, a city council member, and our mayor over the last 8 years. I've appreciated his leadership as our mayor, as he's really helped to smooth over differences on the council, particularly on very important policies. This very building that we're sitting in now, the Civic Center project, major ballot initiatives, and having a great presence on the state and regional level has really, I think, benefited our city. Robert is obviously a master communicator, it's been said, and thoughtful and inclusive as a leader. And I think those attributes have really elevated our city and its stature on a state and national level. And so I'm happy to say that you know, I wasn't a believer at first, but he's the right mayor. He was the right mayor at the right time for Long Beach. And I wish him the best moving forward. Wish you all the best. Looking forward to working for you, and you know, we're going to hold you accountable to bring home the bacon. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Supernar.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on what Stacy was saying about not knowing what our relationship is going to be like. So you see this public persona, the consummate gentleman, always polite, thoughtful. It's the same way one-on-one. Interpersonally, he has always been so respectful of me. In 7 years, I don't think we've had a disagreement or at any point where you didn't compliment me and tell me what a great job I'm doing. And I can't tell you how much that meant to me. Also, just in our discussion last week, kind of randomly, this issue of a fast food drive-through coming to Los Altos. And I said the neighbors got together and fought that and stopped it from going in. What I didn't say was Robert Garcia was their champion. So that's not how we normally see him, but he stands up for what's right when it counts. And the people of 4th District greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, that satisfies our city council comments. We'll now go to some comments from guests. We want to invite up Congresswoman Annette Barragan's office, our LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn's office, and do we have any representatives from state offices? Okay, fantastic. So we'll start with Congresswoman Barragan, then go to Supervisor Hahn.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Kearns, Senior Field Representative with the Office of Congresswoman Annette Barragan. Unfortunately, our Congresswoman could not be here to join us in person as she's in DC for votes this week. But she wants us to be here in person to celebrate the mayor and our outgoing council members and city attorney as well on their exceptional service to the city. Since 2017, the Congresswoman has had the honor of representing North Long Beach up in Congress and making sure that those voices from uptown are echoed up on Capitol Hill. It's been a distinct pleasure for her to work with our honorable council with exceptional community-based organizations, and of course, a world-class mayor like Robert Garcia. During your tenure as mayor and previously when you were on the council, you've helped the city navigate just considerable challenges, from a pandemic to economic recession and other obstacles in between. And so we just really want to recognize your bold leadership throughout all those years and what it's meant for our communities. When residents on the west side had for years been voicing concern over air pollution and the public health challenges that were related to it, within your first term, you led the city of Long Beach to partner with Los Angeles on updating our Clean Air Action Plan and creating a pathway to zero emissions, one of few ports across our nation, across the globe, that have done so. Of course, when it came to the pandemic that was devastating our communities and our country, you delivered one of the most robust, effective vaccine distribution programs, and your partnership with the health department and other stakeholders was key. And when it's come to our communities that have been lacking of park space and open space, you've made sure to work with city officials in our Parks Department and Conservation Corps to see through key projects like the Wrigley Greenbelt, DeForest Park wetlands. And I don't want to go on forever, but I'd be remiss if we didn't say that during 2021, when there was over 100,000 children who were coming up to the southern border to present themselves for a chance to come to this country for a better life, not only did you make sure that we transitioned one of our key facilities here in the city over to a migrant shelter, but it was also one in which you partnered with Centro Cha, with the Aquarium of the Pacific, and with other key organizations to make sure that we were delivering resources both effectively, but also with compassion. And so before I go on any further, I'd like to present this certificate of congressional recognition on behalf of Congresswoman Nanette Barragan. So this is presented to Robert Garcia in recognition of your dedicated service as Mayor of Long Beach. Thank you for your commitment to improving the lives of those in our community. I look forward to your continued leadership and continuing to work with you in your new role. Signed, Congresswoman Nanette Diaz-Barragan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Supervisor Hunn's office.
Good evening, Mayor. Supervisor Hahn could not be here today, but she did want me to express her gratitude for your tremendous partnership. Since she has been county supervisor since 2016, Long Beach is the largest city in her district, and you have been a continuous partner. I think through COVID, it strengthened. She referred and highlighted the work that you did leading the city through that pandemic. She would always hold our staff accountable and say, Long Beach is doing it, why can't we do it? And so you really did set a high standard for a lot of people. On a personal note, I've been privileged enough to see you bloom, grow since the very, very beginning. I like to joke when your biggest title was HOA president. But you have done such a remarkable job. It has been my privilege to watch you handle so many challenges that this city has experienced and gotten us through in a better place. Like Vice Mayor Richardson said, or it may have been Councilmember Austin, I can't remember, that the skyline has really changed. I think it was Vice Mayor Richardson. And that is because of you. You have changed the city of Long Beach forever. And then just to highlight Robert as an individual and how he's constantly thinking of other people. I want to share this, and I don't think that you'll mind me sharing this. When we were talking last night, you were saying that this week you started to feel the finality of this, that it's now starting to hit you. So I hope that you're able to appreciate everything everyone is saying about you, because it's all true. You've had a significant impact on a lot of people, and you've done it through love, thoughtfulness, and kindness and compassion. So during the pandemic, what I want people to know is that during the pandemic, when your mom passed away, she passed away on my birthday. So the following year, I was not going to celebrate my birthday. I didn't know what to do, you know. But the fact that you reached out and said, you know, you still have to celebrate your birthday. I know this is a tough time and I'm dealing with it, but celebrate you. I'll be there to support you and to celebrate you. So even going through everything that you do, you're always thinking about other people and putting other people first. I hope people, our residents, understand that about you, because you have put them first for the entire 8 years you've been mayor. So on behalf of Supervisor Hahn, the 10 million residents of LA County, the 500,000 residents here in Long Beach, I want to tell you that we're very proud of you, and that I love you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I've been telling Herlinda all night that it's very hard to follow her, and at one point I'm just gonna say what she said, and this might be that time. But on behalf of the Office of State Senator Tom Umberg, thank you so much for serving as not only mayor, but city council and in a whole bunch of other capacities. I remember very early on when we came in, you reached out to our office, you welcomed us with open arms, and you showed us what Long Beach was all about. And we've never forgotten that kindness. And also when we had a bill idea for a CEQA exemption for a kitchenette for motel conversions that the city wanted to do, you helped get that passed. You worked with us to help do that. And little did we know, a few months after it became law, that it would become the basis of the entire Project Home Key program that the state is running its homelessness program out of. And I think your tenure as mayor will best be exemplified by the inclusiveness that you've brought to the city, the welcoming attitude, and the kindness that you personally show every person that comes up here to this dais every Tuesday. I know I personally have experienced that kindness. I remember when I graduated college, about a week afterwards, we got a letter from your office, and it had my name on it, but I thought, oh, it's for Tom. But it was a letter congratulating me on graduating. And so I also personally won't ever forget that kindness that you've embodied to everyone in this city, and the attitude that you bring, not only as mayor, but that we look forward to seeing you bring as congressman. And so on behalf of the entire 34th Senate District, Senator Umberg and myself, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing what comes next for you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have City Auditor Laura Dowd and Mario Cordero and Sharon Weissman from the Port.
I want to echo the comments of others tonight, Robert, and thank you for your many years of dedicated service to our city. Your life, your career up to this point has been dedicated to this city, and I think, as has been mentioned before too, your ability to collaborate and unite Long Beach as one is something that really stands out in my mind. I want to thank you for your dedication and your service to Long Beach and the support of me and my office and our work, and I want to thank you very much for that and wish you the very best in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, or as I often in our Texas, RG. Let me just say from our director of a port authority, you all have heard the importance of the port. You all know the importance of the Port Authority, what it means to the nation, to the regional economy. But let me just say, as a resident of Long Beach of almost 5 decades, my wife and I we have seen how Long Beach has changed for the better. And I think I want to say, set aside the port. As a person, Robert, you have led this council, and the council together have really led the city towards a transformational change. And change is continuing. But I will say that I think what really spoke to me is your compassion. You showed compassion to people. You showed that a kid in high school who may be gay, it's okay. Or who's lesbian, it's okay. You've given that kid confidence that perhaps the norm as we were accustomed to in this country has changed. You've indicated to people from migrant families, it's okay. You're welcome. You've indicated to people of color, as this council has, it's great to be diverse. So in summation, you've exhibited what already has been said by many, but I think two words that I want to emphasize as a person: the compassion that you have showed, gratitude, and I think for me, that's how a leader leads, especially in these times. And as to the port, yeah, you have put pressure on zero emission, get there as soon as we can, and we're making every effort. And the last thing I'll say before I defer now to President Wiseman, in the State of the Port speech I made in January of this year, there's a line in that speech that I put in telling the industry and the audience that for the Port of Long Beach, container volume is not the most important metric for us. It's what we do for the neighborhood, the community, and what we do for the many. But the backstory on that line in the speech is about a month or so before, Robert and I were talking about some environmental issues, and he says to me, is container volume the most important thing? And as an executive director, I've never heard that from a mayor, or in the way that he said it. Number one, I agree with that, and it was refreshing to hear that. And hence, in that State of Port speech, I said, this is not the most important metric for the Port of Long Beach. What's important is to follow the leadership of this council, this mayor, is what do we do for our community, especially for those who did not have a voice in years past. So I think with that, the best to you and Matt, because you have transformed this city, and I look forward to you transforming the nation.
Well, I'm going to make just a few personal comments, not many, before I speak on behalf of the port. I have to say, and I know you've heard this story, that the first time I ever heard the name Robert Garcia was when my friend and boss, Jenny Oropeza, called me and said, I just met the most remarkable young man, and he's going to run for my old council seat, District 1, and you know how important that is to me. She said, I want you to meet him, and if you agree, I want you to help him get elected. And anyone who's ever worked for an elected official knows that what that means is you'll help him get elected. Yeah. So I worked on his campaign when he ran for city council, and then when he ran for mayor. And I remember the night before you were sworn in, I said that you inspire me. And you continue to inspire me through your whole time as mayor. And if I had to sum up what I think about your leadership as mayor, it would be, you have not just cared about our city, you have cared about the people in our city. And that's not always the same thing. And I thank you so much for that. Now, on behalf of the Port of Long Beach, I need to thank you, as was mentioned, for your support, for your pushing on zero emissions, which I know we all appreciate, for when we talked about COVID, but when it was deciding what were the priorities for who would get vaccinated. And our executive director was pushing for port employees and truck drivers and ILWU to be vaccinated because they were essential workers. You backed us up on that, and we are still so very grateful. So I would like to present to you a picture you've not all seen before. But we're just so grateful. And here you are in front of a zero-emission truck. And we thank you so very much for your support for that. So we have this for you. And then also, as I mentioned yesterday, Washington, D.C. is very cold. So we have for you a knit port cap. And we also have for you a cashmere scarf. Not only to keep you warm, but of course they both have the port logo on it, so it reminds you of the port. And we're also going to give you a bag much bigger than this to carry back money for not only our city of Long Beach, but as we move towards a very expensive proposition of zero emission, and we need the federal government support. So we appreciate that as well, and we'll get that bag over to you. But thank you so very much for your 8 years as mayor, for your time on the council, and for what you have done for our city and the people of our city. Thank you.
All right. And finally, let's hear from our city manager, Tom Modica.
Unique box. Hard to make 4 boxes that are totally different. So, Mr. Mayor, I think you know that the impact that you had on the city will be felt for decades, and we've heard about a lot of that today. But I want to talk a little bit about not just your 8 years as mayor, we've talked about that, but also your 5 years as council member, and you even had a couple years as a council staffer before that. And I don't know if you remember the first time that we met, but I sure do. You were working for Frank Colonna at the time. I was the manager of government affairs, and you had just started, and you came into my office, you said, I want to learn everything there is to know about the city of Long Beach, and I want to know everything that you're doing about government affairs, and I just want to know it all. And you sat down and you asked these really insightful questions, and I knew right then you were going somewhere, that you were somebody that was really going to lead. And so I look back at all the things that have happened and all the times that we've shared and look at all the change. Embracing and promoting our downtown plan, that skyline looks completely different in that time because of your support, of density, of the right things to do, of infill, of lifting everybody up. Our skyline's different, our coast is different, our infrastructure has grown. We have a brand new civic center, new libraries, new parks, new bridges, gateway signage. The list just goes on and on and on. You've always been our absolute biggest champion. I love that about you. And you have such a gift for communications. The team's heard it here, and I got to live that every single day because we talk about communications just about every single day. And from your strategic understanding of communications to the delivery to the connection with stakeholders that you create. And so you've been a constant reminder of the vital role that communication plays in an organization, both externally and internally. And I tell my team all the time, because we talk about this a lot, that if you don't tell somebody about it, if you don't tell people about it, it didn't happen. And the value of communication is just so important. And you've touched every way that we communicate has been touched by you in some way. And so we're so much further along than we ever were in our history. Infrastructure and public safety in Long Beach will never be the same. No one understands what it takes to do what you did on Measure A, and very few are going to understand how hard you worked to make that happen with 60% of the vote, and then to make it happen the second time. And we are eternally, eternally, eternally grateful for that. I love how you look for things that unify community, unify the council, remind people how much they love Long Beach. And I got to talk yesterday about unicorns and rainbows and how you help us dream and show me that and help us learn that government's not just about core services. That's incredibly important, but it's also about making people smile and making them proud to live in the community they live in. You have such a keen sense of detail for things that you're so very focused on, but you also have this understanding of really complex issues that the city team takes on every single day and to keep the city running. You and I have had many, many, many hours of discussion on all things related to the city. Some we agree on, a lot we agree on, some we disagree on, and all the while keeping such a high level of civility and respect and understanding of different opinions and different positions. And times that would get intense, and I'd wonder what you were really thinking about what I was saying and the position I was taking, and I was putting my head in the proverbial lion's mouth. But you'd pull me aside afterwards. We'd have a big conversation, and you'd say that that led to better decision making. And I do believe that verbal sparring that we would do over issues that we may have different approaches on always led to a better decision that we could all get behind. I also want to thank you so many times for being the tip of the spear. The mayor gets accolades when the city's going well, but most of the time it's the other. It's the converse. That when things aren't going well, the mayor gets all the blame. And that's who people rail about on social media, and we're very, very sensitive to that. Some of those things were things you were intricately involved with, but some of them were not. Things just happen in an organization of 6,000 employees. And you always took that criticism, you helped us understand what people were saying and how to adjust to it and how to make it right. And during COVID, during those darkest of days, with the toughest decisions that we had, that we talked about yesterday, you stood by our health professionals, and you stood by me, and you stood by our team and our department directors and all of our employees, and you went above and beyond to communicate with residents and endured so much criticism for doing the absolute right thing. And so thank you for the support of our entire team and of me personally. You and I have gotten very close over the years, and we spent a lot of time together, and it's truly been an honor. You're such a coalition builder, such a strategic thinker, and I have no doubt that if you want it, you're going to be Speaker of the House someday. And so for the past 8 years, you've loaded us up with things that you wanted to accomplish, and big visions, and big projects, and big initiatives. Well, now the tables are turned. We are assembling our list of earmark requests to fulfill all of those visions that are not yet fulfilled, and that list is going to be huge. So get ready for it. So, Mayor, it's been an honor, just on behalf of all of our department directors, my executive team, me and Linda, and just you've left an indelible mark on Long Beach, and we thank you for it. And so we do have, you're going to get a tree as well. You already have trees named after your parents and your mom and your stepdad. But we're another tree that you can plant. We also have our library, our airport picture and our health packet as well. And then the fourth unique box. Boxes are unique, so I will bring you that as well.
All right, thank you. Let's hear it for our city team. Those are our final speakers. And now, for the final time, let's hand it back to Mayor Robert Garcia.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Richardson. So I'm aware that these are my last remarks. As mayor, I know that we are all Councilwoman Price and Councilman Mungo, our city attorney, and myself are still in office till next week. So we have a few more days left, and we're all celebrating in different ways. I know both of the council members had wonderful parties with family and friends that were celebrated, I believe, earlier this week or last night. I know Charlie is being celebrated by his entire team that are excited to wish him well, and I'm very grateful for those that, and mostly the university, for hosting a really moving event for me yesterday with my family and friends and so much of our city family and community. So I'm just very grateful for the opportunity to be back at my alma mater and to be back at a place that I love so much. I want to just say a few things. The first is I know Matt is watching from home. He never watches the council meeting, which I'm very grateful for, but he is watching tonight. And so just, Matthew, thank you so much. Couldn't have done these 13 years on this body without you. I've been mayor for 8 years, but I was on the council for 5. And I'm very grateful. I was thinking when I was hearing both Stacy and Susie talk about their time on the council, how meaningful that time is. To get to know residents one-on-one and work on issues that really, really matter, whether it's tree plantings or putting in a crosswalk or uplifting their community or neighborhood concerns. Those issues are so important. And I just want to thank the First District for giving me their trust and their love and their support. Those residents today remain some of my strongest supporters, if not my strongest supporters. They remain great friends, and I know many of them are watching tonight. They've been sending me nice messages tonight. So I just want to thank you all for your support as a district. A very mighty and special place for all of us. I know it is also for Councilwoman Zendejas. I want to thank my Cal State Long Beach family and my Long Beach City College family, both places that I have worked, but places that I also got degrees at. That's where I won my first election as student body president at Long Beach. I'll never forget that. And it's a place that continues to be my Long Beach home. It's is at the university. And I want to thank the entire faculty and staff for their constant support and mentorship. And my biggest mentors in life have been from Cal State Long Beach. Former president, former faculty, and a lot of my best friends that I met along the way. I do also want to thank and just take a minute to recognize Sean Lumaki, who is a best friend of mine that passed away a long time ago. Who none of my venture into politics would have been even conceivable without him, because he planned it all. And I remember thinking, when he passed, I was like, I'm never, this is, besides being devastated, I'm never going to know how to do this without him, and navigate politics without him. But I'm just very grateful to him and his wife Desiree. And a lot of folks, and I don't remind folks often because I think it's always interesting. Maybe I will now that I'm leaving the city, but I'm proud to have founded the Long Beach Post. And me and Sean, two young guys that were in the city trying to make the city better, sketched on a piece of paper what we thought would be a website that would help and serve the community. And I might be the only mayor, in America that created his own check and balance system. And I joke about that with my friends at the Post. Today that's a small business that I grew with Sean, to the two of us working for free, to now it's a full-fledged organization with 10, 15 staff writers and advertisers and full-time staff, and certainly I haven't been a part of this organization or owned the Post in many years. But when I think about what you leave behind, I'm really proud that I was able to create and build a news organization for Long Beach. One that I oftentimes greatly disagree with what they write, and sometimes I open that news organization and I just get upset about the way they're covering something. But that's okay, and that's what an independent news media source is all about. And so I'm very grateful to the legacy that the Post continues to leave, and thankful to the staff and to Dave Summers and Pacific Six for taking a small business that we started in the city and growing it into a pretty good enterprise. I want to also thank just the city team and take a few minutes to thank the city folks. You're just the most incredible group of people. 6,000 employees that I've had just the honor to work alongside. When you get elected mayor, you immediately think you get elected by your community and the people, but then you also become part of this organizational structure. And I have just met so many incredible folks from young men that are in our public works department that are cleaning our streets, or a gentleman that I've made a good friend with that I see on my walks around Colorado Lagoon, to the folks that are in our health department who worked so heroically, particularly during the pandemic, to our management team, our attorneys, just incredible work. I want to say also to our firefighters, thank you for your heroism in our city. The moments when we lost Dave Rosa and when we struggled through that was something that I will never forget, and the power of your brotherhood and your sisterhood within the department. To our police department, Chief, thank you for your leadership. I think you heard me when I said this when we installed and swore in Chief Luna. Chief Luna, I want to just thank for just being an incredible friend and partner this entire time. I'm grateful to have worked with the police department, and I'm proud to have always had your back, and I will continue to have your back and uplift how difficult a job you have as well in Congress. And I want to note to our public works folks who I know are, I worked so hard, to our development and planning team, who I know most of them probably hate me because of how hard I push on development. Just thank you all for your incredible work. To Kevin Lee, who has the hardest job when the mayor is a comms academic. Thank you for, I don't know if Kevin is here, but I'm so sorry, Kevin. This is my public apology to the amount of torture I put you through, to always push you to, and the team in the comms department, to always do more and do better. And of course, to our teams here, city clerk team. I know you guys just make everything look so easy and function. Just thank you for being here for us every single week and for your work. From Monique all the way through the team, we're just eternally grateful for all of you. To the tech team in the back that works so hard at our council meetings. I know you guys are out there. I come visit you guys often and say hi and just make crack jokes with you guys. You guys are listening to all this in the back. Love you guys. Thank you for all of your work and all the city departments. Finally, on my thank yous, Tom, I gotta say, you are just an incredible leader, and you have not just been our city manager. You have been my thought partner, and you and I'm going to greatly miss having someone of your intellect and passion and your experience to co-lead, which is what we have done together. Even when Pat was a city manager, you were still my thought partner. And we worked together with Pat, who I'll be forever grateful for, but also be forever grateful for everything that you've taught me, everything you've done for the city. And I've so enjoyed our sparring sessions. And I hope that you know that when I've done those, I've done them because you've always made the outcome better. And we've argued, we've always then locked arms and always been one voice. But just thank you for really co-leading. Everything that we've accomplished is because you co-led with me and with us. And so I'm just very grateful to you, Linda, and the whole team. I want to just say to the city council, as a body, you are, as a collection, the most incredible and hardworking team of people. You love Long Beach. You each have my complete respect, and I'm just grateful to have been able to serve alongside and lead with all of you. It has not always been easy. This is a tough business. Politics is a tough business. We are elected to represent people. We are people. We're not always going to agree or be at a good place, or enjoy each other's company every minute. And that's also true for all of our families. We are a big family that all love this community and have worked really hard to make it a better place. And for that, I think we have been successful. And so I'm very grateful that as a body, this council has done so much these last 8 years, and of course to all the people that I have served prior to this, including Mayor Foster, who I had the great pleasure of serving under as vice mayor and on the city council. Want to thank my staff, to all my chiefs, Susanna, Sharon, Mark, Diana, and James, starting from city council today, and all the teams that worked for them, including my current team that's there right now. I'm thanking you guys, of course, in different ways. I love you all. You've all just kept me focused, so grateful. And then lastly, I just want to give a message to just the people of Long Beach and the community. One is to all my friends that are out there, and to the community. We live in the best city in the country, and that's Long Beach. We live in the best city in the country. And the reason that we do is because of our people. We are diverse and we're different. We have different perspectives. We're supportive of those that have less than us. We welcome people in when they're suffering. We understand diversity. We have a history of civil rights around supporting LGBTQ+ people. We have a proud record of issues and trying to take on complex issues around race and injustice. And so I'm really proud of us as a community. And of course, I've never been more proud of us when we came together during the pandemic, which will, I hope, be in the history books as the worst thing that's ever happened, because we don't ever want anything like that to happen to us as a community ever again, or that level of loss. And then I am, as I close, I'm not going anywhere. A lot of people have said we're going to miss you, or, you know, I mean, I'm still living in Long Beach. This is still my home. I will be at work in Washington, D.C., and then I'll be back here on the weekends enjoying my breakfast burrito from Ma and Pa's, and going to all the great restaurants and places we have across the city. And so thank you for the opportunity to serve this city and my job for the last 13 years in this building and in the one prior. And I look forward to representing all of you in the United States Congress. So thank you, and I love Long Beach. Go Long Beach. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's for everybody, absolutely. Thank you all. And fortunately, we have a short council agenda, so we're going to get to that. Mr. Modica, you wanted to recognize someone as we start this council meeting?
I do. I feel like we haven't had enough recognition tonight, so we'll do one more. So this will be very quick, but we're incredibly honored to say goodbye to our very last council meeting for our fire chief, Javier Espino. Chief Espino has served nearly 37 years with the city of Long Beach. It was an honor to select him as the fire chief. He's done a great job. He's led with integrity. He is a great partner with police, a great partner with our department heads, and we're going to miss him incredibly. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him, his many, many years of dedicated service to Long Beach.
Great, thank you. And we agree with that, Chief. Just thank you on behalf of the City Council. Just incredibly grateful for the service as well. So, thank you, Mr. Modica, and thank you to all of the leadership at the department as well. We have first. I would like to have a motion to approve the consent. I have one item. I'm going to move up to the top of the agenda, which I think was 33. So we're going to first do consent and then 33. Item 1 through 25 minus 23, I think, and then 24 has been withdrawn, if I understand that correctly.
24 has been
and so,
withdrawn.
can I get a motion? I have a motion and a second for 1 through 25. Is there public comment for item 15, I think? Is Night Kenfei still here? Please come forward.
Well, I appreciate the camaraderie of the night, so thank you, Mayor. Sinai Kenfei, 6th District. Item 15 is with relation to $860,000 plus that we are signing in contract with Highland Inn, an inn that is a nuisance motel, which is has over 80 one-star reviews right now on Google. I think that in light of the upcoming homeless count and the state of emergency that was just announced in the city of Los Angeles, I think moving into the new year, we're more mindful of who we partner ourselves with. It's very clear that, you know, we've given millions of dollars during COVID to people not as fixated with combating the homeless epidemic, and they're not worthy partners of the city of Long Beach. This inn in particular, I live 2 blocks away from it. Besides being a registered nuisance motel, it's not a safe space for people who are trying to better their lives and are trusting our health department in the city of Long Beach with helping them in that process. It's an unsafe space. And so I know that as I saw Mr. Duncan speak a week ago in North Long Beach, the plight for beds I think that sometimes our need for beds is unfortunately having us collaborate with people who aren't just doing their part besides collecting dollars. They're putting people in staff-infected rooms. They're putting people in bed bug-ridden rooms. They're putting people in spaces where there's active drug trafficking just outside of their rooms. And these are people that are really looking for us as a city to put them in safe places as they're trying to better their life. So I'm hoping that with the new mayor-elect that we really sit down and think about the value of a bed during the next year versus, what type of spaces we're putting these homeless people in. So, thank you.
Thank you. That satisfies public comment. Let's move to the vote, please.
Councilwoman Mango. Motion is carried.
Thank you. Fund transfer consent items 31 through 32, please.
Item 33 is a report from Economic Development and Health and Human
Items
Services.
31 and 32.
Oh, 31 and 32.
I think the mayor said we'd move 33 up.
Yeah, it had just asked me to do these.
Okay.
And then we'll do 33.
Okay. Item 31, communication from Councilwoman Sendejas, recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the city manager department by $2,000 to provide a donation to sowing seeds of change. Item 32 is a communication from Councilwoman Price, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,600 to provide a donation to Bridge the Gap tennis management at the Billie Jean King Tennis Center.
Thank you. Is there a second on this? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? No, seeing
public
none.
comment.
Members, please cast your vote.
The motion is carried.
Thanks. 33, please.
Item 33 is a report from Economic Development and Health and Human Services. Recommendation to adopt resolution declaring a shelter crisis and authorize the operation of a winter shelter and authorize city manager to execute a lease agreement between MWN Community Hospital and the city and a sublease between the city and First to Serve Inc. for approximately 81 beds within 18,140 rentable square feet of space at 1720 Terminal Avenue, District 3.
Thank you. Mr. Modica.
We would like to give a short presentation on this. Siting a winter shelter is one of the most important things we do to help those who really are in crisis during the winter months. We have many shelter beds in the city, but it's important to add these additional beds during the winter. Anytime we do a shelter, there's always initial concerns, there's questions, there's a lot of misinformation. So we'd like to quickly go through the item and then answer any questions. So I will turn over to our team.
Thank you, City Manager Modica, Mayor, City Council, Bo Martinez, Economic Development Director. Mary Torres with my team is going to give an update on the background as well as terms and conditions for the proposed winter shelter project.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of the 2022-2023 Winter Shelter Program. As background, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority provides funding to oversee countywide homeless services, including operating a winter shelter program, which places winter shelters in each of the 5 supervisorial districts. The location for this year's program is the Hatfield Building within the Community Hospital campus, and the program provider will be First to Serve Ministries, Inc. This item also includes adoption of a resolution declaring a shelter crisis, allowing provisions of local law to be suspended so the shelter can open in a timely manner. A lease has been negotiated for the use of the Hatfield Building, which measures approximately 18,000 square feet and will accommodate 81 beds. The landlord is MWN Community Hospital, LLC. The lease term will be from December 16th, 2022 through March 31st, 2023. Rent will be $2.50 per square foot or $45,350 per month. The city will pay for its utility usage to be calculated as the difference between the previous billing cycle and the actual usage. For security, the city will provide two security guards 24/7 with an additional guard to be posted at the adjacent professional office building during business hours, which is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. For maintenance, the city will pay for its portion of the monthly pest control and landscaping costs, which is estimated to be $23.50. This will cover all preventative maintenance and service calls to the property. The city will also pay a monthly maintenance fee of $4,000 for dedicated on-call maintenance staff to address plumbing, heating, et cetera, to the building. The city will pay for its own janitorial services. The city will reimburse an amount of $25,000 to the landlord for the initial preparation and startup costs to open the building for the winter shelter. Parking will also be made available to city and provider staff. As part of the transaction, the city will sublease the property to the provider for operations, and the sublessee will be First to Serve Ministries, Inc., and they will be responsible for any and all non-financial responsibilities of the lease. I'll now hand this off to Kelly Colopy, Director of Health and Human Services Department, for discussion of the operations.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. There is a PowerPoint, it's just not up yet, so we'll catch it up, but we're continuing the presentation. So overall, over the years, the city has been a strong supporter of the Winter Shelter Program. We've been committed and a supportive partner for the Winter Shelter Program, and we really look to ensure that we're supportive of people experiencing homelessness while not having negative impacts on the community where the Winter Shelter Program is hosted. The city will function as the landlord for the Winter Shelter space. We provide oversight to the facility and make sure that all the agreements are being followed. We host the pickups and drop-offs at the multi-service center in order to provide additional connections and supports for those who are going to the winter shelter. We will provide support to resolving any challenges that may happen within the community or within the program or program participants through providing additional supports and connections. And then we also provide additional outreach within the neighborhoods surrounding the winter shelter program area. This is now. So sorry, we're having technical. So the previous locations, we have hosted the shelter in 4 previous sites. So each year, the city, utilizing a real estate broker from our on-call bench, we conduct a site search for the city-owned programs, private properties, city properties, and we work for hosting the winter shelter program. We begin in midsummer, and we typically take 30 to 40 properties where we go out, we vet those programs. In the past, we've utilized the following locations: 6845 Atlantic, which is now our ABC shelter; 704 West Anaheim, which is now the Long Beach Rescue Mission Thrift Store. It used to be the West Coast Choppers. 5571 Orange Avenue, which is the old North Library location in the 8th District. And then 1718 and 1722 Hayes Ave, which is a city-owned property, which is now being converted to a youth shelter and a navigation center. Overall, the winter shelter program is temporary, and it's focused on hypothermia and exposure prevention, which provides basic shelter operations. The program is focused on providing easy, low-barrier access shelter during the months that we see the most cold and wet weather. In Long Beach, it is a partnership between our city and the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, otherwise known as LAHSA. It is a county-wide effort, so the winter shelter, the program serves people residing in LA County, focusing on the South Bay region with the primary focus on people from Long Beach. And as we mentioned, all of intake comes through the multi-service center. We will be working this year with First to Serve Ministries, which is the service provider, in partnership with LAHSA, so they fund them directly. The funding program is managed through LAHSA, and we're utilizing 3 funding sources: the County General Fund, Emergency Solutions Grant Funding, and Measure H, and it will operate 24 hours, so it will be open for 24 hours a day through March 31st. The services we provide include the intake and screening at the multi-service center. We do have security on site, as we've indicated. We do focus on housing, case management services. So for those who are there, our focus is to work with them to gain long-term housing access. We do other referrals to other shelter programs. We provide meals. We provide showers and restrooms. We provide transportation to and from the site. And there are no walk-ups or walk-outs allowed unless provided for accommodation, such as getting to work, medical appointments, and things like that. We have done some community outreach in the past couple weeks. So we held a meeting with community leaders on November 29th for community leaders surrounding the neighborhoods around the hospital. We've developed a fact sheet. You can see the fact sheet online here. And then we're having a second community meeting tomorrow night, 6 p.m. And the information is also on your slide. So our recommendation is to adopt a resolution declaring a shelter crisis, as well as authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a lease agreement, including any ancillary documents and amendments between MWN Community Hospital, as well as with the city and with our, city and First to Serve Ministries. With that, we're closed. We're open for questions, and thank you.
Before we ask for your approval and recommendation, we do need to make a change in the memo. That's from First to Serve Inc. to First to Serve Ministries Inc. And so please note that change.
Thank you. Councilman Price, do you want to do public comment first, or? Sure. Okay. Let me call, there's 6 members of the public that have signed up to speak. I'm just going to call all 6, and we'll just go in that order, please. If the first 3 can come forward, we have Zoe Nicholson, Jennifer Dees, I believe it says Suraymam Seuss, Warren Blafosky, John Conti, and Claire Conti. So if Zoe Nicholson, Jennifer Dees, and Suraymam could please come forward. Ms. Nicholson.
Thank you so much. It's been a long night. The first time I stood before you, I waited till 12:30 in the morning to speak about the United Nations rights. That was when I first saw Councilwoman Price and Councilwoman Mungo. I'm going to miss you terribly. Call me anytime for anything I can do for you. And I hope to see a lot of you in the near future. And of course, our Congressman-elect, the same thing goes for you. You have my number, and I know you're going to be calling me for any facts about the Equal Rights Amendment. My name is Zoe Nicholson. I live in the 1st District. I really wanted to leave you the parable tonight about this particular agenda item. I'm not sure you all know that my graduate degree from USC is in theology. You may have heard that it's harder for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle. It's harder for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than a camel. Actually, the text says, if you read it in Aramaic, the Eye of Needle, which is a city named Needle, and it has a gate. And the gate a human can easily walk through. But a camel has to duck, and camels don't like to duck. The admonishment here is that it's not impossible, but it takes effort for a rich man to get into heaven. They may have 2 houses, 2 cars, and a boat. They may collect more from the renters than they could ever spend. They may get permits for more buildings and have enough to own a 3rd house for vacation. But the greatest thing they can do with all that wealth is to lift the poor from fear. That is what's being asked of all of us who have more than anybody else, but to lift them out of fear. And I just want to compliment this particular agenda item and all you can do, and remember, you can easily pass through the eye of needle. Just don't bring your camel. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. Can you hear me? My name's Jennifer Dees. I'm from the 3rd District, and I'm here to beg you not to turn the community hospital into a winter shelter. This beautiful historic building sits in the middle of a residential neighborhood, my neighborhood, a neighborhood with lots of children. These types of nuisance shelters are responsible for drug-addicted people walking out into traffic and being hit by cars. I'm very familiar with a lot of events that have happened with the 7th Street motel turned into a homeless shelter. People wander through neighborhoods where they're located, screaming obscenities. My children, unfortunately, have seen people urinating in public. I've seen people defecating in public, throwing glass, threatening people face to face to kill them, to rape them. And when I call the police, what I've been told is this is just general mayhem. It's not a priority call. No action's been taken. do not look forward to more of this in a closer shelter to my neighborhood. Offering shelter beds to homeless people in a neighborhood might sound compassionate, but it's not compassionate to the residents there. Many homeless people throughout the country and other states are sent here on buses. They're not your constituents. I'm your constituent. I've lived here for 25 years. I care about my children's safety and my family's safety. I've heard a lot about public safety tonight, and I beg you to consider what this kind of close contact in a neighborhood means for the children who live there. And I just want to also say that I love Long Beach. I've always told people this is the best place to live, but I got to be honest, the last couple of years when people ask me if I love Long Beach, it's not something I can easily say. It's a hard place to live right now with the things that I see and my children are exposed to, and I beg you to take that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, council members. My name is Surya Mamsos. I am a constituent residing in District 6 area near the Poly High School. My council member is Dr. Suli Saro. I would like to address an issue in regards to an increasing homeless encampment. The situation is occurring between Damon Street and Long Beach Boulevard within my neighborhood. The following issues that have been occurring are no space for pedestrian walkway, public exposure of bowel movements that children or adult children are present, daily noise disturbance, and consistent occurrence of trash being taken out from constituents, roll out trash cans and being thrown out across the entire Damon Street, as well as sleeping on many constituents' front home area. We would like your support in bringing a team of mental health experts, urgent encampment cleaning services, and an organization that helps those who need housing services. I have already contacted quality of life, but would like to have more support. This will also tremendously help the psychological well-being of Long Beach transit operation drivers who operates the 51 route. We would like to help approach this issue in a compassionate, non-aggressive approach. I have personally tried helping myself, providing basic needs to those who are unhoused but have been met with aggression. Also, while requesting this, I would like the support in those who are unhoused to ensure that their rights are not being violated. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Warren Blasowski and John and Claire Conti.
Good evening. Warren Blasowski representing myself and Long Beach Citizens Against Downtown Giveaways. Can you guys hear? Well, I wanted to thank Charlie, because we're on first name basis tonight, for admitting that illegal things happened. That staff report was completely disingenuous, because you said you did a search since the summer and Community Hospital wasn't transferred since last month. So I don't know what properties you were searching, but Community Hospital wasn't even owned by Melina Wu until last month. The other thing that you left out of the staff report is that the city's not even gonna pay that money. It's gonna be used as an offset for $800,000. This is according to your staff report, the part that you didn't read at the council meeting. So when you read your staff reports, you should say what's actually in there. So they're not even gonna pay that money for rent. It's gonna be offset on the property that was already illegally given away by this city council, taxpayer property. You can say no, but it was in the staff report. It says no money's we can pull the staff report up right now.
Make up $1 million.
So that money's actually not gonna change hands. It's gonna get offset against $800,000 that Melina Wu owes to the city for maintenance fees after they already gave away a $21 million building that's supposed to be a hospital for the city of Long Beach. So we certainly support the emergency declaration for a winter shelter. The city needs to do more for homeless people. We need a winter shelter. It should be up already. Last night was one of the coldest nights of the year. So yes, we support a winter shelter, but the fact that you've already given away a hospital building that was deeded as a hospital without Laura Dowd's office doing an audit, it's criminal. So yeah, illegal things were done. And so we're here to hold the city to account for those illegal things. And I'm glad that the first speaker brought up a rich man. I didn't quite get what her parable was, but Molina is one of the richest men in the city. And to give away our taxpayer-owned, city-owned public property hospital to one of the richest people in the city is criminal. And so I hope that the council accepts the emergency declaration and go back and look at some of those other 40 properties that are potentially available, and don't continue to give away taxpayer property to Molina Wu. It's a crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, is John and Claire Conti.
Hi. My name is John Conti. I live in the 3rd District. I live a couple blocks from Community Hospital. I disagree with the staff that said that we were notified. I've lived in my house over 30 years. You know, you fined me to get me my utility bill, but we did not know that this was happening till last week. We heard about it, and I'm against the idea of bringing so many homeless guys into one spot. We're already dealing with the homeless issue like everybody else in the city. It's not going great. You know, we have a lot of problems with as one of the neighbors mentioned, you know, there's bathroom issues, there's all kinds of issues. There's, you know, my wife was accosted by a guy a couple weeks ago, and to put such a large concentration right in the middle of a neighborhood just doesn't seem logical to me. And I don't even know what exactly is going on. The flyer that was sent out, or that I was given from the councilman, said that people are going to be bussed in and bussed out, but then I see that they're there 24/7 and that there's food services. And then I see that they're not going to be allowed off the property, but then again, you know, it's a free person. They can come and go as they feel. So I don't understand how you're not saying that they're going to be in my neighborhood, that this is not going to affect us. This is not going to affect the shopping district down the street. You know, traffic circle businesses are already having problems. I've seen the city, you know, the library was a problem. The business district downtown is having a problem with it. It seems wherever we shift this issue, there's a problem. And now it's getting shifted right down the street for me. And I tried to contact my council person. They're not answering the phone anymore. And they're not returning emails. So I don't know which of this is true and which isn't as true. I mean, are they going to be kept on the property during the day, or are they going to be roaming the neighborhood? Is all that junk that is collected regularly going to be brought to my neighborhood, or is it going to not be there? So this is rushed in. Like I said, we just found out about it. I just found out about this meeting when my former councilman put it in his newsletter. I wouldn't even known about this. So once again, I'm against this. It's a safety issue, and it's going to affect our lives. And I don't think it was well thought out. I don't think the plan is well thought out. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our final speaker.
Hi, I'm Claire Conti, and it's true. A couple weeks ago, I was accosted. Taking a lunch break, I work remotely from home, just walking my dog around the block, and I was accosted. And we're already experiencing that like everyone is across the city. And now it is going to be compounded. I already don't feel safe in my neighborhood, and I don't understand why something, when it's a program that's supposedly been established and developed and you're reviewing places, this has become so rushed. And, you know, I would call that poor planning. And I'd like to know, where has this been established, benchmarked in an area where it's been shown that it hasn't negatively impacted the neighborhood around it? There is an elementary school 4 blocks down the street. And like my husband pointed out, people are free, and they should be, and they should have that right. You can't hold them prisoner there. And I'm extremely concerned. We were not informed of this. I don't know who they communicated as leaders in our neighborhood, and it's of big concern to me that this is being pushed through in such a rushed manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. So let me go.
Sorry, I didn't put my name in.
I'm sorry. You have to sign up before the agenda item.
Well, we weren't notified.
Ma'am, I have to follow.
Notified,
Thank you. I have to
and
follow.
It's a serious, and I live right
Ma'am,
around the corner.
I have to follow the council rules, and so please, we got it. Thank you so much. And so that concludes public comment. Let me go back to Councilwoman Price.
Thank you. And so I know the staff presentation was a little bit dense, so I'm going to, very, very meaty, so I'm going to slow it down and ask staff a few questions for clarification. First of all, the Bryant neighborhood and the community hospital became a part of the 3rd District on December the 18th. We worked with Councilman Supernaw to get as many email addresses as we could of residents so that we can make sure that we were including everyone on our newsletter, and we have been doing so with all the email addresses we have since December 18th. So if I don't have your email address since December 18th, I apologize. But we did reach out to the neighborhood association leads who were shared with us as the leads of the neighborhood association. We asked them to help communicate and spread the word. We sent out a couple of emails, and we did have a community meeting maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago.
November 29th.
I'm sorry, when?
November 29th.
November 29th. So I apologize if people didn't know about it, but we're having another one tomorrow night to continue to answer questions. This is a temporary winter shelter. We have a winter shelter every year in different parts of the city. For those who don't want it in their neighborhood, I would ask them, whose neighborhood would you like it in? Because we're a large city and we have to work together to move the winter shelter around to locations that make sense. This particular location is one that is able to accommodate the winter shelter, which ends in March. Is that correct?
Yes, March 31st.
It was supposed to start on December 1st until March 31st. It ends on March 31st. The winter shelter happens throughout the city of Long Beach in every district. So to get a benchmark or an idea of what has happened when it's been in other people's district, you can talk to a number of council members who are here who might be able to speak up, perhaps if they've had a winter shelter in their neighborhood, and talk about the impacts. To clarify a few things, the 24/7 model is actually less impactful than the drop-in bus transportation model because people aren't coming and going. If they go in, they're staying there for an extended period of time. They cannot leave the site to just walk around and come back. They have to be accompanied by the workers that work at the location. To get an idea of an operation similar to this, I will share with you, we have a year-round operation that's similar to this. And Ms. Dees, I heard you say that you've heard experiences from the shelter on 7th Street, which is a year-round shelter. It used to be a Motel 6. It is now a shelter. It operates 24/7, 365 days a year. It's virtually across the street from my home. I've been the council member there for 8 years. I supported that shelter because every district in the city of Long Beach has to take their fair share of the homeless crisis. We cannot push it to one district or another. Everyone has to take their share, and I very much supported that project. We have not had one call for service in our council office, nor one call to the police department related to operations at that shelter, not one. Before that, it was a Motel 6, and we received daily calls of nuisance activity, panhandling, prostitution all around the district, all around the motel site. The way that the site is managed is that there are caseworkers there who are providing services to the people who come in and out. There's no food service such that there's lines around the corner or anything like that. The residents there are residents there for the duration of the winter shelter. They're cared for by service providers. They're not just randomly walking around the streets, aimlessly going to stores. It's just, that's if they're connected with the shelter. I'm not talking about the homeless population in general. I'm talking about connection with the shelter. The service providers who work in the shelter have very specific guidelines in terms of client care and providing services to the clients. And again, it's not a permanent shelter that's going to be established in the middle of a residential community. I certainly understand that. We're having another meeting tomorrow night. I would welcome anyone who has additional questions questions to be there, so that there will be the opportunity to have questions and answers, because I know that doesn't really call for that at a city council meeting. Jack Cunningham is my chief of staff. Gabby Yates is my constituent and the constituent director at the field office. They work every day from 8 to 5. So I'm not sure what number was called, but they are still answering the phone, and we are still responding to emails. So I'm going to ask Jack to come over and talk to anybody who wants to talk to him about the operations. We're happy to answer any questions. And I personally respond to every single email within a couple of hours of getting it. So if Jack can share my email with you, and I'd be happy to correspond. But with that, I will turn it back over to staff. If you could just talk a little bit about the client control and the access there in terms of people being able to leave the premises.
Sure. So access to the premises comes through a shuttle at the multi-service center. So anyone who wants to participate in the shelter must come from the multi-service center. In that space, we do intake. They become a client of the multi-service center, and then then there's a shuttle to the site. Those shuttles will arrive in the evenings, and in the morning, if people need to go to other places, they take the shuttle back to the multi-service center, or we shuttle them directly to whatever their employment or other kind of opportunity is that they may have. So if you look at where the building is protected by a fence. Around it has a big outdoor area, but it's fenced. We will have security on site. There will be 2 security officers in the shelter itself and 1 on site at the location. And the food service is their breakfast, lunch, and dinner for those who are on site living at the site. So it's not for anybody else within the community. We'll have case managers there. The folks who are running this site are also running our ABC shelter. The ABC shelter is going very smoothly, and we're not having issues in that location. So the same organization will be running this site as well, and have a lot of background and understanding of working with people experiencing homelessness. They're case managers, they're social service workers, and their job is to connect people to housing.
Actually, ma'am, that's not the, actually, we're on the staff report section, so is staff done there? Anything else? Mr. Modica?
No, and we stand by to answer any questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Price, can I continue on the?
I wholeheartedly support this project, just like I did the one that's practically across the street from my home. The homeless crisis is a citywide crisis, and every resident and every community in the city has, in my opinion, has to do its part to help alleviate the crisis and provide the support that we can. And if anyone has a suggestion of not my neighborhood, but has a particular suggestion of another neighborhood that they think should have to take on the burdens that they don't want to, I'd love to hear what neighborhood that is. But in the meantime, I look forward to the winter shelter opening and being a source of additional support for those who need it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richardson.
I'm happy to support the motion in front of us. The 9th District has hosted the winter shelter. I know a number of districts have hosted the winter shelter, and we're in an emergency. It's a crisis. But I truly appreciate staff's diligence and Councilwoman Price's thoughtfulness in this motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Austin.
Thank you. I'd like to lend my support for this motion as well. I represent the 8th District, and I can recall hosting the winter shelter, I think 3 years in a row. There were a few residents who had some concerns about the shelter. Those residents came before the city council and said, we don't even know that it's there because it's so well run. I think the key is finding the good service provider, the right partner to manage the winter shelter, and the management of that winter shelter, when done right, alleviates all of the concerns that we heard from the community here this evening. So thank you, Councilmember Price, and staff for your work in finding this space. We have to exercise and utilize the resources that are available to meet the needs of the crisis in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say I received official notification on this project 8 days ago. I have a briefing with the city manager every Monday, and that's when I learned officially about this. I'll paraphrase here, but it was expressed to me by city management that they didn't realize that I had any connection to to community hospital due to redistricting. And that lack of notification is zero reflection on Councilwoman Price or the 3rd District. This is something that I believe it was staff's duty to tell me. If the technicians can put up a slide, my first map slide, I'll explain to everyone here the connection of CD4 with community hospital. So that tan area there is District 4. The border between the 3rd and the 4th District moved north from 10th Street to PCH. The community hospital property sits on PCH. It borders that. So you can see that's a traffic circle there on the right and the community hospital property. If we can get another slide just as a close-up, that gives you a little better connection there. So you can see that in a way, District 4 wraps around the hospital property. So the assumption that we didn't have a connection here is mind-boggling to me, because typically you would have notification within a certain number of feet. I remember, I think it was established over 10 years ago that a councilwoman was working on a homeless accommodation, and she received criticism for only notifying to 300 feet. I think that was that time changed to 500 feet for notification. 50 feet would have done it for me. The center line of PCH is the 4th District. But there's another way that CD4 is inexorably tied to community hospital, and that has to do with an agenda item that took place on April 28th, 2020. I'm sorry, April 14th, 2020. It was agenda item number 36. And I'll read you a little bit of that, and that is a recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund group in the Economic Development Department in the amount of $250,000 offset by the 4th Council District one-time priority funds transferred from the general fund group to Citywide Activities Department in support of elevator repairs to community hospital. So all that means, and this is an excerpt from, I just read the actual agenda item. So this excerpt here is part of the supporting documentation for the agenda item. So it says that the city will perform the required repairs through a city contract, even though it is technically the responsibility of Molina Wu Network. The repairs are not associated with the future use of the hospital as an acute care hospital, and I underline this part, and are solely to provide funds to MWN in making community hospital available as a COVID-19 patient transfer center. And that is to better protect the regional health and safety. The city would be making these repairs effectively as an advance to MWN with the understanding that, and this is critical, MWN and the city will work together to secure reimbursement to the city for these costs from the state or other resources. Now, with this item, there was no guarantee of reimbursement. It says so in the agenda item. But I think, to my knowledge, I've never heard of any efforts the city and MWN has made to get this reimbursement. I could be wrong. I'm open for to be told how that happens. So what I'm suggesting tonight is that without this effort, I mean, the funds were clear. It was clearly stated what they were for. So we have a point tonight where we are definitely not opening this facility for COVID patients. That it's going to be a winter shelter. So in that vein, I'm going to make a substitute, or let's make it a friendly amendment for right now. I'd like to make that. And so if you take the language from that council agenda item of April 14th, 2020, it says recommendation to increase appropriations in the general fund. I would just like to reverse that. I would like to make the friendly that we take the $250,000 from the general fund and return it to the 4th district priority funds. And that's my motion.
I accept that friendly.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
And I'd love to hear from City Attorney if that's what's noticed tonight.
Daryl, Councilmember Supernaw, I'm not sure if and maybe I just am misunderstanding your motion, but the item, where are you taking, you're taking the revenue? There is no revenue generated by this. This is a payment by the city to lease this facility. And so, I'm just not understanding it, but there's no revenue to put back into your account from this contract, and it's not agendized that way, that there's any revenue generated. I think I understand what you want and where you want to get, but I think we would have to agendize a separate matter that there's somehow either the revenue that WN is paying to the city is somehow not come back to the city, but goes to is allocated by the council back to that 4th District Fund?
Okay, so first of all, I'm not going to speak for the city manager. He can enlighten us, but it was my understanding 8 days ago that this could be an item that could be negotiated within this contract. If that did not happen, I understand that. So what I'm saying is that this is lingering over the 4th Council District. It has nothing to do with the 4th Council District anymore. But that money that was paid out still is monies that the 4th District residents did not get to spend on infrastructure repairs or whatever. So I'm saying if that debt is going to be lying there, hand it over to the general fund and then transfer those monies to the 4th District discretionary funds. That way, I could wait for this reimbursement forever, but I don't see any activity working to do what we were told would happen in this agenda item.
So if I can adjust the item and try to provide a little clarity, there are two different things going on. This is an item where we're actually creating the winter shelter, and we're paying the cost in order to have the winter shelter in the amount of about $370,000. As noted in the agenda item, there is revenue coming back to the city in a separate transaction as part of Community Hospital. They owe us about $720,000. That's spread out over 12 months, if I remember the agreement right. Yep, and so they're separate, but we were trying to show that there is money that they owe us back. So if it's a policy decision, if the council members want to look at using some of that revenue that comes back towards taking money that goes back to the general fund and putting it into a discretionary account or back into divide by 9, you can do that. That money will come in over 12 months, so that would be one option. The other option is to look at it as part of the year-end fund balance. We look at all the dollars, and if that's a council priority is to reimburse that, then that could be a motion if the city attorney would allow that tonight, or if it has to be in a separate motion.
And thank you for the clarification, Tom. That, to me, is a separate motion under the Brown Act. There was no notice that the city, the discussion in the council letter had no real bearing. It just kind of put it into context on that money, where that's coming from and what money is available. But there is no ability for council tonight, without having it publicly noticed, to change that fund. And that's certainly something that the council could do as a policy matter, determine where that money goes. And Councilmember Supernaw, I apologize if that kind of takes a two-step approach to your solution, but I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay, I don't know if my time is up, but I just wanted to conclude by saying that I was led to believe that this would have been negotiated this past week with Molina Wu Network. If that did not happen, that's why I brought this forward. So can we say, was Molina Wu Network apprised of this, and that there was a council member asking for this?
This isn't an item that we would ask the Molina Wu to pay for, so this wouldn't come out of the money that they're bringing back. This would be something that we would need direction at a council agenda to say where the money that's coming back to the city would go. Okay, well, I wanted to accomplish this tonight. Most of the people here tonight voted on this item in April 2020. So I guess, is the city attorney saying that we cannot vote on this tonight on anything related to this?
That's correct. The item before you tonight is the winter shelter and the payment of that money by the city of the winter shelter. What I'm hearing your motion would be to take a separate item, unrelated in contractual terms to this item this evening, and you repurpose that revenue. So that is a separate item that needs to be noticed separately.
Yeah, I hope you understand that that wasn't my original intention. I was led to believe that this would be a negotiated item last week. When I wasn't apprised of any progress, this was my alternative.
So just to clarify where we are, so the city attorney has basically ruled that that cannot be a part of the motion.
That's correct.
And so I just want to clarify that with Councilmember Supernaw. There'll be a separate motion that'll come back. And so we're back to the motion presented by Councilwoman Price. It's been seconded. Councilman Mungo.
So I guess one of my questions would be, it sounds to me like Councilmember Supernaw in the comment and language from April 14th states that MWN and the city will work together to secure reimbursement to the city for these costs from the state or other sources. Is it my understanding that what sources will we be using to pay for the winter shelter? General fund sources?
Some of it are homeless grants, some of it is general fund.
And so...
And the operation comes from LASA, so they actually fund the operation itself at $50 a bed night.
LASA?
LASA does. So they're
Excellent.
funding essentially the item in front of you today is part general fund, and then part, some of the costs are being absorbed by our homeless grants.
And LASA is Los Angeles something homeless?
Correct.
I know they're in every single county document, but they're a nonprofit organization, for those that are watching at home, that supports homelessness. So I guess my understanding from what I'm hearing from my colleague is we are about to give $300 and something thousand to MWN. And so his question is, in that discussion, was there also a responsibility of our city to follow through on an agenda item from April to negotiate back the money that should have potentially been returned if community hospital was not available as a COVID-19 patient transfer center? Is that what I'm hearing you ask? Absolutely. Okay.
So that's something we didn't understand. We had a sense that the council member was going to bring a motion tonight to ask his colleagues for that support, and then staff would take direction from the council on whether to do that. I'd like to be able to do it tonight if that's something the council wants to talk about, and maybe it doesn't come in the form of a motion, but it comes in the form of, that there's general consensus. The city manager can include this in the end of the year fund balance, which would come back in February, and that be a priority from these dollars. If we're able to accomplish that tonight, I think that's the cleanest way. If not, then we would come back. But we didn't see that. That's not something for us to negotiate with MWN or the repayment, that it would just be a direction of the council.
I completely understand. I just hear from my colleague, and I think he wants to be heard, that before going into negotiations with a partner, a good partner, on an item that the city finds to be important, there should have potentially been some follow-through on a negotiation that was instructed by this council in April. That's all. And I acknowledge that to my colleague, and I hear consensus among this council that we want to move in that direction. And so I am supporting that even without the friendly amendment, and I hope that the concern with that, of course, is that every Tuesday someone can make a motion to change what we're saying tonight. And next week, the council will be made of different people, and the only way for that money to be returned to the 4th District residents' availability for infrastructure is by an actual vote that moves the money there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm next. I think, Councilman Sumdahl, you just want to get your money back. Is that right? To the 4th Council District? Because I can support that if you just make your motion the pathway that city manager outlined.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's worded, but if I heard my colleague here say, well, that could be reversed by a future council. Is that what's the point?
I mean, we can give direction now to the city manager as from what I understand, we can give him direction now to bring it back as an end of year budget action. So, and then that just gets ratified as a part of the whole package. And I'm not hearing any comments of any council members who aren't supportive of what you're trying to do tonight. So I wouldn't be as concerned about that, and the next council you work with as well. So if that's what you want to do, while I have the floor, if you want to articulate how to do that, Tom, if you'll make the motion or make your friendly again to be consistent, we can get it done tonight.
Okay, I guess I'd like to ask the city attorney, would you know how to, what would be the wording for that? If it's just exactly as I said, let's have a transfer of the $250,000 from the general fund back to this, is that how separate it is? That it's.
I think what I'm hearing, what Tom is saying is that he will take direction from council to include this in a year-end budget item, that as this money comes in that is owed by MWN, it would be for the council to decide at the end of the year where all that money goes, and he'll bring back an option that $250,000 of that revenue, if it's available, would go back to CD4 discretionary fund.
Okay, if the chair, if I could just respond.
Sure.
So what I don't have is any type of guarantee that those monies will be generated in the first place. I don't feel that there's a really solid policy moving forward that CD4 will get the full amount restored.
But I do point out that the item in April did not guarantee you would get that money reimbursed. There was no guarantee that that money would be reimbursed, and the property never opened as the hospital, or it did open and then closed. And under the deal, you know, that money, there's a lot of money that people want to get back, but there was no guarantee that that money would be reimbursed.
Okay, I'll queue up again.
Sure. And Tom, can you articulate what the steps would be? Is there any pathway to get that done tonight? If not, then we can just move on.
No, I think I'm not hearing any objection to that. So as manager, when I bring back my recommendations, we'll look at all the priorities. This one will go to the top of the list. The council already did some in the budget. We do expect there to be a generation of one-times. I don't know the exact amount, but I'm hearing this is a high priority. We'll put that on the list. Then we would come back later with all the appropriation language. I would suggest that we don't directly tie it only to this money, because that means it's not coming back for 12 months. So I hear the council member. I apologize for any of the miscommunication, but this is the direction that we needed, and then I can bring it back faster by doing it in February rather than waiting 12 months.
Great. So if we can't do it tonight, I think we should just focus on what we can do tonight, which is approve the winter shelter. Councilwoman Price?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we were conflating a bunch of different issues. So when the city manager comes back with priority projects with year-end savings or midterm savings or whatever the case may be, it's from multiple revenue sources. And so this is going to be a priority project or priority funding obligation for the city manager, regardless of the revenue source. So it's not tied directly to community hospital. So I fully support that. And again, going back to the winter shelter, we need a winter shelter. I can tell you from someone who lives practically across the street from a year-round shelter that's going to be run the same way, that the impacts that I've observed have been zero. They will be minimal. You will have access to the council office. I did confirm with my staff. They did pick up the phone and actually speak with people. So we'll make sure that the next council office picks up the phone even more on this issue and is as present as they can be with you to help you through March if there are any impacts. Councilman Austin said it best when he said that he's had residents reach out. They didn't even know where the winter shelter was located, and it was in their neighborhood. I have that happen all the time with the former Motel 6. Again, most of my neighborhood does not even know that it's what that site is being used for, and I expect to city staff that the operations will be responsible, that they'll be mindful of the neighborhood impacts, and that any concerns that are raised or observed by the residents will be dealt with appropriately and swiftly. We're talking about 2 months, and so in 2 months we should be able to nip any issues that come up very quickly to make sure that we establish good balance between the residents and this very, very important need that we as a city have to come together to help provide shelter for people who need it in the winter. And this year it's going to be at community hospital, and last year it was elsewhere, and next year it'll be somewhere else. So thank you.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. The mayor talked about how it's sometimes difficult to work with a person who has his background. So I apologize to the budget committee for what I'm about to say, and I'm sorry. But this means that should there be, let's say, $2 million of year-end savings, which we hope it will be more, that the first $250,000 will go to this. And I am super 100% supportive of that. But what I'm also acknowledging is that we as a council made decisions on a list of things that are a priority, and that means that that may not be available. So I would also add to it that of the reimbursement of the $750,000 from whatever they're called now, MWN, that $250,000 of it go towards funding additional items on that year-end fund list. That would just be my only other request, because I know Al has some pumps that are going to be in the parks and the lakes, and there's all other things that are in there, and it doesn't sound like a lot, $250,000, but that could eliminate 3 or 4 projects that are a high priority. Thank you.
Councilmember Supernaw?
I think I'm good. And first of all, to the city attorney, I concur. I even said it in my statement that there was no guarantee. But this was an item that came to me as a staff recommendation, a staff request. And I tried to step up and do the right thing. And I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues, they want to do the right thing now, too. They feel it's right to return this money. So I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second on the motion. Members, please cast your votes.
Councilman Austin? Motion is carried.
Thank you. We're going to go back to item 23, which I believe was pulled off for discussion from the consent calendar.
Item 23 is report from Public Works. Recommendation to increase appropriation in the Capital Projects Fund group in the Public Works Department by $225,000, offset by grant funds from Caltrans Active Transportation Program, District 1.
Councilman Zendejas, I think you removed this from the consent.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This item is pertaining to a huge traffic and infrastructure project that is coming along in my district. Pacific Avenue was identified as one of the most dangerous corridors in the entire city. Parents and community leaders in Washington neighborhood have teamed up and been very vocal in their advocacy for pedestrian safety, especially due to the concerning traffic incidents that have occurred near our Washington Middle School. And I want to commend and applaud these advocates for their advocacy and their dedication to this corridor. I have had multiple conversations with them regarding this issue. My team has had field inspections, and community leaders have been in these meetings as well. With our traffic engineering office, to analyze this area and all of the work that's been done to help get this resolved. So I felt that it was important to pull this item out of the consent calendar because of the great importance it has to my residents. I think that it's important to communicate with my residents and the public the amazing work that has been in works with in addressing these concerns. I'm so proud of the work our public works team has been able to achieve, and I want to thank Director Eric Lopez and his team for being so responsive to these concerns and for collaborating closely with my office to bring about a solution. Thank you again for this. I'm not sure if you have a small staff report on this or not. Yes. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, we're really excited to start this planning and preliminary design. The overall grant is over $8 million. It's a major investment on safety, both pedestrian and vehiculars, and there's going to be a series of outreach and planning that takes place from here that we look forward to working with you and the community on. So I think that you described it perfectly, council members. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lopez. I think this is great, not only for my district, but citywide. And so I thank you for all your hard work on this. And I feel that it needed the attention that we gave it just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, that concludes the consent items and the one item that was requested to be moved up. We still have 6 items. Before the 6 items, we'll do general public comment if folks are still here for those items. I'm going to call your names. If I call your name, please come forward. If Cornelius Van Struger is here, Warren Blafowski, Juanita Wilson, Jim Langston, Rob Smith, or Dave Shukla. Are any of those folks here? Okay, well, why don't we do the other folks first, and then we'll see if. Okay.
Hello again, Warren Blusovsky, Long Beach Citizens Against Downtown Giveaways. Council, you just dropped the ball again. Daryl, you should have asked them if the rent was $50,000 a month, why was the deal $371? So that your $213,000 just went to Woo for more maintenance fees. That's what just happened right now. So I'm speaking about community hospital in general, and in general, it was a crime that it was given away. You can't give taxpayer property away. So people have accused me of bringing lawsuits against the city for my own financial gain, and I just want to let you know I'm doing it to protect the taxpayers. And any settlements that we get go back into when the council drops the ball, like you do sometimes, holding you to account. And so what we've done is filed litigation against the giveaway of community hospital that you did last month. So it was against CEQA, and it was against taxpayer law. It was against the city charter. It was against the State Surplus Act and CEQA. Community hospital remains necessary for use as a public hospital, and if not, it has to be affordable housing development. The city failed to identify any evidence that would support the property was not necessary to provide essential medical services as a hospital. The declarations were simply that the structure required seismic upgrades and that MHN unilaterally determined it would be more profitable to cease operations as an acute hospital. Also, the city charter, section 803, requires that the city auditor be the general auditor of the city in every department. And in violation of the city charter, a fair market evaluation was completed by a city appraiser as well as a Molina Wu appraiser. So you're on notice. It's gonna be a new city council that's gonna have to deal with this. And I highly recommend that the city stop giving away taxpayer property. We've got libraries closed. City services are lacking, and an illegal transfer of a hospital to one of the richest guys in the city, it's criminal and it needs to get stopped. And so that's why I'm here tonight. And so I also recommend City Council read the staff report, especially the fiscal section. It had all the information in there, and you could have asked those questions before you voted. Stop rubber stamping giveaways to Molina and Wu. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cornelius here. Is Juanita Wilson here by any chance? No Juanita Wilson? Okay. Is Jim Langston here? Please, Jim, you're going to speak next, okay? Yes, sir.
Good evening. The lady next to me, her name is Wendy Kondesh, and my name is Cornelius van Stijgeren. And Wendy and I are part of a management team which is called Child Celebration. And we are very excited to announce this brand new non-profit charity in Long Beach. The mission of Child Celebration is to provide families in Long Beach living in deep poverty an opportunity to give their children, age 4 to 12, a birthday celebration. How do we do this? We do this by distributing the gift boxes to the local food banks, churches, and childcare centers. Each gift box contains high-quality toys, cake mix, candy, balloons, and everything it takes to make a birthday celebration possible. Our motto is every child deserves a happy birthday. Our goal for next year, because we just recently started a couple of months ago, is to distribute 500 gift boxes, and within 5 years from today, we want to reach 5,000 gift boxes in Long Beach. Tonight, we are honored to hand over one of the first gift boxes to the mayor. Please don't expect that we give the mayor toys because he will not qualify. But we do have low-calorie Belgian chocolates for all of the council members, including the mayor, out of appreciation for the great work for the city of Long Beach. Can we step forward?
Actually, sir, the clerk will come over and get that from you. Thank you very much, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Next speaker is Jim Langston.
Hello, my name is Jim Langston. I was born in northern LA. I grew up in Wilmington, graduated from Banning at 17 by testing out and joined the Marine Corps. I got out 2.5 later from psychological problems. I worked a career as a computer programmer, making $50,000 a year, owned a house, was living in a house here, lived all my life, lived in Long Beach. 10 years ago, I went traveling to study the gang problem because someone asked me. In the mile, I get to Alaska, and I get a service animal, which I trained. I come back here. I have no problem. I've been to every state west of the Mississippi except Alaska with my service animal with no problem. I get to Long Beach, and I am denied service everywhere I go. Where's your paperwork? Where's your paperwork? The law says you do not need paperwork. The law says I can sue these people. What I plan on, I've gone to the police, I've gone to everybody. What I plan on doing, I have her paperwork. Next week, I plan to get the dirtiest lawyer I have in LA and start suing COA, the St. Luke's, and all these terrible organizations. When they ask me, why are you such a prick that you are suing a charitable organization, I'll say, I went to City Hall and I went to the mayor and they said, go ahead, there's nothing else we're going to do about it. So, if you do not do something about all these people knowingly breaking the law, because you can call them and they will say, we will not do this without paperwork, and you read the law and it says they cannot ask for paperwork. This is not a problem with these business, this is a problem with this city, because this city is the one who is allowing it. To kill this demon, it has to be killed at the head, and the head is here. If you want me to go fight that body, I will. I will do lawsuit and lawsuit after lawsuit, and I'll make myself rich and make this city miserable. All I want is my right, my civil right, to go and sit somewhere and not be set aside as an outcast. Rosa Parks ended discrimination, yet I'm still made to sit outside with a legally qualified service animal. Is this city going to do something about it, or do I have to? 1 week, I'm going to start head rollings, and I'll tell them that I came to you first. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Is Rob Smith here? Okay, Dave Shukla.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Shukla, 3rd District. Good to see all of you here, all of you who are here. Mayor-elect Richardson, congratulations. Dr. Garcia, hello. As the newly elected congressman of the newly drawn 42nd District, I encourage you, sir, to participate in the Science on the Hill annual events. These are very important events for progressing federal action on climate change, of particular relevance for a district, newly drawn district that centers around the Alameda Goods Movement Corridor, where we can and should decarbonize down to zero emissions by the end of this decade. City Attorney Charles Parkin, can be said to see you go, sir. I have questions. Councilwoman Susie Price, even though my life was ripped apart by events that happened in our district, things that we came to you for help, I can also say that you have had the most skill and acumen, evidently, of any council person that I have been a constituent of in this city. Now, this city has had the fortunate position over the past decade to continue to benefit from the use, indeed dependence, on fossil fuels without having to bear all of the costs. Time, however, is not unlimited, and it must be said, however unpopular, that 2022 has been the year identified globally by climate scientists as the year that we have to globally transition off fossil fuels. Now, few cities have had the latitude or indeed the magnitude of impact and responsibility of the city for that transition. We may not always have that kind of power in our hands. And I do hope that in the next 8 years, given our history with the past, that we will be able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes general public comment. We're going to go to the remaining items. We should get through these fairly quickly, and then we'll have item 34, which has a presentation. Item 26.
Item 26 is a report from Development Services. Recommendation to adopt specification number RFP DV22-104 and award a contract to Placeworks Inc. for the PD-6 Downtown Shoreline Vision and Plan Update with a total contract amount not to exceed $2.3 million, District 1.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment. Congratulations to staff for getting us here. This is the visioning plan for the downtown shoreline plan, correct? So this is what we've been working towards for a long time.
That's correct. I know it's been a priority for you, Mayor, and sorry it was your last meeting, but I was committed to getting it done while you were in office, and it's here for the council to vote on this evening.
I'm really happy to see this. I've been waiting for this for a long time, so really, really happy to see this. Is there a short report or?
We can walk through the details if you'd like, but there's no presentation, and it's a contract matter.
I don't think we need one unless. But I appreciate it. Obviously, this is the downtown. This is a visioning plan for the downtown shoreline vision and plan update, which is PD6 planning district, which is really, really critical. Councilman Zendejas.
Just want to say how excited I am that we're at this point to begin this visioning process, and thank you for all the hard work that has already gone into it, and really looking to see it through.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Richardson. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
27.
Item 27 is report from Financial Management. Recommendation to approve the fiscal year 2022 third and final departmental and fund budget appropriation adjustments in accordance with existing City Council policy, citywide.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 28.
Item 28, report from Financial Management. Recommendation to approve the departmental and fund budget appropriation adjustments in accordance with existing City Council policy for labor MOU, citywide.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Item 29.
Item 29, report from police. Recommendation to authorize city manager or his designee to execute all documents necessary to amend a contract with Exxon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of body-worn camera equipment for a new total annual amount of $1.2 million, citywide.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a second, please? Any public comment on this? Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item 30.
Item 30 is report from Water. Recommendation to adopt resolution amending resolution number WD-1439, approving the creation of offices and positions in the permanent service of the Long Beach Water Department.
There's a motion and a second. Is there public comment on this? Please cast your votes.
Sendejas. The motion is carried.
Thank you. I know we did items 31 and 32, which were under consent. Did we also do item 33? Was that also voted? Yeah, so the last item we have is 34, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Then we will hear our last item of this council, which is item 34.
Item 34 is report from Public Works, recommendation to adopt specification number RFQ PW 23-189 and award a contract to PAO Design in an initial amount of $20,000 to advance the submitted concept design for the COVID-19 Memorial Project, District 1.
Thank you. I do have a motion. If I can get a second on the motion, please. I want to have staff do a presentation.
Thank you. This is a really significant item. I will turn it over to Eric Lopez.
Thank you, Tom. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, we're excited to bring this item forward and to continue pushing this process forward. As you know, we were asked to begin this process of creating a COVID-19 memorial. On January 2022, Ron Arias, our former Director of Health and Human Services, was asked to help lead the committee as chair. There was a committee that was put together of residents from various backgrounds, some of which are here today. Want to thank them for sticking around and helping us guide us through this process. The COVID-19 Advisory Committee helped establish the framework, goals, and visions for the memorial. Their hard work led to a call for artists, a request for qualifications that culminated in today's recommendation. Wanted to thank the committee members that have been active and have helped us navigate through this process and recognize their many hours and their commitment to this effort. Over the course of multiple meetings, the advisory committee met to define the purpose, meaning, and vision, and establish criteria that help guide our call for artists. They helped refine their vision and ensured that the memorial would be a product that was lasting, meaningful, and would resonate. They also helped us evaluate the artist qualifications and proposals, and helped us select a proposal that we're proud to present to you today. The committee members looked at various locations throughout the city. They created criteria, including those you see on the screen, to help guide the best location. And ultimately, we recommended two options to artists and had them submit proposals based on those options. The recommended artwork was put together by PAO Design of Long Beach, a local artist, and they're proposing what's called the Twin Arches. That you will see in the next slide, the concept rendering. The artwork memorializes the lives lost through an elegant metal structure, which provides an engaging and interactive experience with the artwork. So, as you can see on your screen, this was part of their concept development. We would like to further the work of this design, work with the artists, have the advisory committee continue to provide input to get us to ultimately to permitting, construction, and the grand opening. I know Ron is here and some of the other committees are here. Just wanted to again make sure that you guys know they're here. So that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. I want to have some comments, and then I'm going to have Mr. Arias say a few remarks as well. let me just first thank the committee for their service to do this, and to the staff. We're at an incredible moment, and really incredible opportunity to move forward a really important recognition for the community. I'm not sure if Charles or Griselda, if other folks that are here want to just come forward and just with Ron, so we can thank you as well. This is a really significant undertaking, and so I want to, Ron, give you a chance to address the council, and then we'll have some additional comments and vote. Ron.
Certainly. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you, Mayor Garcia, for your idea to create a monument to memorialize all the families that have been affected by COVID-19. In Long Beach alone, we have lost 1,339 lives to COVID, and this has been a global phenomenon. The COVID-19 Memorial Committee has been meeting for over a year now, working with amazing staff from Public Works, including Director Eric Lopez and a couple of other of his staff members, Charlene and other staff members. Our committee is made up of community leaders from across the city. Many of them were here earlier today, but Charles and I are the last standing. Our focus has been to create a memorial for people who have passed, survivors and friends, to create a place that will always remind us of the tragedy that COVID inflicted on the city of Long Beach, a place where family and friends can visit to remember loved ones lost and to celebrate their lives, which were cut short by this horrible pandemic. Before you tonight is an idea for such a memorial. We are asking for your support to move forward with the PAO design team to complete this undertaking. There's still much work to do, and we are committed to complete this process, but we wanted to bring this to you tonight, Mr. Mayor, on your last night presiding as mayor, and we want you to know that we will do everything possible to create a memorial that you, the City Council, and that the entire community will be proud of. Thank you very much. Charles, I don't know if you want to-
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Honorable Mayor, on this evening, we bring to you this wonderful representation of our love for our family members. I too lost family members to COVID-19. We bring a symbol of unity that all of you here, staff and council and volunteers, came together to show the strength and the resilience that we have as a city, and I want to thank you for that. And I think ultimately it also will hold forever for our community a memorial, a place where we can celebrate life and honor our mourning and learn from the tragedy and learn from the moments where we had together as residents and family members in those dark times. But this beautiful, ultimately beautiful, beautiful concept will really bring us the light that I think needs to fill our hearts when remembering COVID-19 tragedies. So thank you again for having us be part of this beautiful committee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council member. When I come on board on the advisory committee, I didn't realize how important this project is. Until a few months ago, I myself had a COVID-19. And it wasn't the fact for my wife that really stood by my side for that night, because I didn't know anything about it. So I survived. Then I realized how important it is. And as I sat there for 5 hours, for all of these speakers diligently speak eloquently about how much work have you put into the city, Mr. Mayor, this is a very important project, I think, because somebody said earlier about, I think Herlinda had brought up that both of your parents have passed away of COVID-19, and yet you are able to incredibly lead the city to succeed beyond whatever they put in. That is amazing, and I can only imagine what you can do at the federal level. Having said that, I would want to take this opportunity to thank Charlene, Angelina, Eric, and incredible, both of Aaron, Ron is already left for 5 hours. And yes, and my partners here who sit on that board. I think it's important for all of you. I think this thing is going to pass. Deep in my heart, I know that. So, we just want to make sure that we thank you all so much, particularly the Honorable Mayor. You've done the right thing. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have Dave Shukla that signed up to speak for this. Is that right? Mr. Shukla, public comment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I'd like to speak in support of the project of the COVID-19 memorial. There isn't a single life or single aspect of all of our lives that the novel coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic, has not affected. The dead, the sick, all of us deserve a place to remember. We deserve a thoughtful art piece and an appropriate place to remember. Ladies and gentlemen, the function, the job, if you like, the business of government is not business. It's governance, an activity, a conscious, social, and fortunately for those of us in this country, open and public activity. There's nothing more basic, more fundamental for that than public health. Not even public safety, however construed or narrowly instantiated, is possible without public and ultimately environmental health. We all deserve it. Now, the role of the city, and specifically the role of the Long Beach Economic Partnership in pushing for the premature reopening of business for business prior to May of 2020, the effect that had, along with federal missteps about which we're learning more, also deserves to be remembered. I personally do not feel that it is appropriate for a memorial to function primarily as a business opportunity. And if there are reasons why the memorial cannot be kept separate from those forces, from the forces that have actually prolonged and exacerbated the pandemic and made it worse, now 3 years long, well, the public deserves to know that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all that. Concludes public comment. Let me add to the committee and just the process. Obviously, I think for all of us, it's very difficult oftentimes for art and for artists to create something that folks are moved by, and you never know what you're going to end up with. And I don't envy anyone that's on a committee that's having to review projects and art projects. It's a very, very hard job. So thank you for doing that. But I mean, when I saw this design, and I just saw it for the first time just very recently, when it got released to the public and you guys had selected this, it's so beautiful. And I was actually anxious about what it would look like, because you never know what it's going to look like. And I think what you guys selected, and whoever the artist and the story behind this, it's such a striking memorial. And just the arches, the visual, the attention to trying to make it a place where people can both honor folks that have passed, family, but also celebrate, find hope in the heroes of the pandemic, which I think is also really important to remember, the healthcare heroes and the folks that we celebrate. This is just a phenomenal, I know it's just a start, I know the process is just starting, but what a phenomenal start, and what a phenomenal, striking visual piece this is going to be within the Civic Center space. Really, really amazing. So just congratulations. I just want to say to the artist, amazing. So I look forward to the next council working with the community as this thing is built and developed, and really proud that we funded it already. So it's a funded project, which is really significant. So this is definitely one that I will be back for with Mayor-elect Richardson and the council to open. So I'm excited to be back for this one. So with that, Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. This is indeed a very beautiful project that will be meaningful to so many in our journey of healing from the impacts and loss that was brought upon us by COVID-19. This memorial and this new year, I hope, brings a light of hope and a tremendous advancement into a better First District and a better Long Beach as a whole. That we will hold our hardships at our hearts as a motivation to keep moving forward. I'm excited for the new infrastructure improvement and the activation of green space that will be coming towards our communities in most need. And most importantly, I look forward to working as an even stronger advocate for all my residents and for the city of Long Beach as a whole, alongside our newly formed Long Beach City Council and Mayor. This project will be a cherished and needed memory of what we've gone through together. And a reminder that it is together that we will move past this stronger and more united than ever, with fierce commitment to serve with equity and inclusion as our focus. Thank you to everyone who's been a part of this work, including our mayor, including our city staff and our Public Works Director, Eric Lopez, and especially our committee who does the hard work of bringing this to fruition. Thank you so much for stepping up and for making sure that we remember those that we lost in these very troubling years. And may this again be the light of hope as we move forward in 2023.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and I think this is a very fitting final vote of this city council. We went through something together, and it was a leadership moment for our city. And I think it's a good thing to recognize this moment. I like the design concept. I like arches. I mean, I lived in St. Louis as a kid. I like arches. But I also think this is also an opportunity to recognize those heroes that stepped up, right? Like we saved lives together as a community because of those frontline workers and those nurses and those frontline grocery workers and pharmacy workers who helped make us help get it through. And as we go through the concept design, I think it's important that we're inclusive of them as well in how we think about how we tell this story for generations to come, because we can learn from this. What really got us through to where we are today has been our unity, despite those challenges, multiple challenges layered on top of one another. And I also think about Lincoln Park. How many incredible events are going to happen in the years to come at Lincoln Park? And it's our new park, and it really represents a new generation in Long Beach. And I think of all the people who are going to be impacted profoundly by this memorial. So I'm proud to support this, and I look forward to seeing the project through.
Sounds good. Well, thank you. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes on this, please.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. And I believe there's no second comment period, correct? Okay, who is it? Is Patrick Kelly here? Please come forward, sir.
Good evening. My name's Patrick Kelly. I worked for the Teamsters for a long time, and I did a lot of political activities over here in Long Beach. I used to live here. I'm retired now. I'm a retired truck driver. Long Beach and what goes on in the port and around here is very cutting edge. And I want to congratulate Rex on you getting to mayor, and I certainly want to congratulate Robert on going into Congress. I want to say one thing about Robert. Years ago, when he first ran in the 1st District, the Teamsters, we didn't support him. And he got in, and we were concerned, just to share with you, that he was going to be a stooge for Mayor Foster. And we found out that that was not the case. In fact, he hired as one of his staffers Lena Gonzalez, who was a daughter of a Teamster, and he hired her, and he learned the process, and like we all, he changed his politics a little bit. And going forward, we are all challenged with great challenges. Automation and robotics are here, and there's going to need to be a big fight and a lot of hearings over those issues, because the jobs that exist in the port and in the logistics sector, a lot of them are not going to be there. And so we're going to be depending on Robert and other people like that to make sure that there's an adequate amount of hearings to determine where the revenue is going to come in to support Medicare and Medicaid and local and state governments. Because that, if you're not an employee and you're a robot, there's no revenue stream generated off the work that you perform. Unlike now, when you have a live longshoreman or a truck driver, there's revenue coming into state and local and federal governments. That's going to go bye-bye. That's going bye-bye. So I know you're the man for the moment, Robert. I watched you. I saw you move from away from sort of ideological positions and apply analysis to the issues. And we certainly have had a lot of issues in the port with the port drivers and going forward and where that is, and there's a lot of challenges there. I want to commend your city attorney for his firmness and fairness back in the day when we were going through a lot of things before Robert was the mayor. You've been very fair with us. You've been firm, but you've been straight. And so I just applaud all of the people that have served on the city council here. This is a cutting-edge city. What goes on here is transformational. Poor people and immigrants come here, and they can get a good life. And so thank you all, and I wish all of you very good holidays and a happy new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And with that, are there any announcements from the council? Seeing no announcements, there is? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Richardson.
All right. Just a few announcements. Next week, come join us for the inauguration of the new mayor and city council and all of our new elected officials. That's Tuesday, December 20th at the Terrace Theater. Doors open at 4:30. The ceremony will take place at 5:30 with a reception to follow in the Pacific Ballroom. In advance of that, on Saturday, December 17th, you're invited to join us for an inauguration day of service. We'll be participating in events citywide, including a tree planting, a toy giveaway, a beach cleanup, and more from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you're interested in participating, we'll be in all the 1st District, 3rd District, 5th District, 7th District, and 9th District. You can get the details at lbinauguration.com. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, I just wanted to share that our last District 6 event is a neighborhood cleanup. So I think maybe I started this year with a cleanup and I'm going to end it with a cleanup. So it's Uplift the 6 cleanup on this Saturday, 9 to 12 on 401 East 11th Street. We'll be cleaning with youth from EM3, Conservation Corps Long Beach, and obviously with our help from our development services, the clean team as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the City Council meeting. Adjourning for the last time. Go Long Beach. Thank you.